Hello. I chopped all my hair off and got myself a nice trim, so I'm feeling good. I was having issues with when my hair gets long, my head splits like crazy when I'm sleeping. So it's uncomfortable. Okay, I gotta do make sure my stuff is good. Got
Hi, Tadaima. I love washing my face
what the fuck?
with cold water. It's so refreshing. What's a NEAT guild? NEAT stands for Not in Employment, Education,
That's the
or
wrong thing.
Training. And I
Okay.
just hit my leg on my desk, and now I'm gonna have a bruise on my knee. I think this is where I get my bruises, chat. On my knee. Because I
Yeah,
sit
there we go.
cross-legged. I sit with my legs
I have
crossed.
this turned down to a little bit there. I was gonna play some Magic first because it's been a while. I just want to play a deck I was testing out, but I'm gonna step out and have a cigarette first because I realized how distracted I was getting. Because right now, Unity, the game engine, is fucking exploding and burning its business to the goddamn fucking ground. Uh, they're being massive idiots and effectively ruining their
Why is
business
it applesauce?
um, with deciding to charge game devs per install. That's insanity. So stupid.
Rhymes? Okay, I'm gonna do that.
And I can't believe they even thought that that was a good idea. Anyway, let me
Oh,
just
sauce, please.
put up Octopath 2 in the background.
Apples? No way, chat. My god, applesauce comes from apples?
Yep, pop out.
No fucking
Have a
way.
cigarette real quick. Apples. I got my drink here too.
Applesauce is delicious. What? Applesauce is what kids get in America? Oh
This
yeah,
has become like my favorite fucking snack in the
we
world.
also had trampolining in school. We were able to do trampolining.
Cheese and grapes, so good together, man.
You guys ever had trampolining?
A little bit of bitter, a little bit of dry, with some sweet and juicy. So good, so good.
It was really scary, but also really fun at the same time. It was really scary because like the light and shit, and then even like the smallest sound make me
I'll be
feel
good to go in like 30 seconds
really
here.
bad.
Apologize, I just wanted to start the stream before I let it flip over to the next day.
Jumped on the trampoline while I was on the trampoline, and I felt like I was about to Team Rocket. Sigh, blasting off again. I felt like I was gonna die. I just fell to my knees, and I was just like, no, don't do it. Don't kill me. Yeah, like I was gonna get yeeted off or something. Mm. Oh my god, yeah, like Zoil and Maya flying. There's a public playground that had a trampoline built in the ground. Well, that's so nice. If we had shit like that in the UK, it would be vandalized, like almost like on the first day. It would be broken. It would be a health hazard after like 30 minutes of everyone jumping on it. It's like so sad. Sometimes like the culture is just way too different. There are some things that you can't have that other people can have because people's cultures are like different. I don't know. Or how they were raised. That's why we can't have nice things. That's what I'm saying. I'm just staring at this guy. What are you guys doing here? Oh, is this the dude?
So here's the deal with the Unity thing too. I'm just gonna read this out because it's a perfect example of they clearly didn't talk to a single dev about a single thing they were planning to do with their game at all. Right. So an indie dev uses Unity to make their game. They make the game freemium, so it's free to buy, and then you can pay stuff in game if you choose to. So they made from about 200K on in-game purchases over a couple years or whatever. And then because Unity is making it a retroactive change too, they owe 20 cents per 2.8 million installs of this game. That would make them owe $560,000, which is $360,000 more than the game actually made. It's a straight loss for everybody involved in Unity's thing. And they're trying to walk it back a little bit by saying, no. It's only one install per game. And it's like, that doesn't make a difference for some of these games, dude. Like, and they also said that they're making it for streaming games and web-based games as well. So if somebody wanted to maliciously do this, you could refresh the page you're streaming the game from, and it would just fuck it up. It would make it. It would. It would cripple some things. They're just bafflingly stupid, and I don't get it.
Always been around since Final Fantasy. Two? All except the very first one. That's insane. Two? Two? Two in the US, four in Japan. Two. That was Bahamut. I'm glad you guys are like reminiscing.
There's another point another developer raised too. This is like all that's been on my Twitter for the last couple hours, so that's why I've been a little bit late jumping in because I was just absorbing all this information.
Yeah, kind of weird.
You know how review bombing is a thing? Like, people don't like a game, they mass spam Steam with downvotes or Metacritic with downvotes and bad reviews and stuff. So instead of, say, downvoting you to hell if they dislike your game or your choices, they could now bankrupt you by making you owe infinite more money than you actually own or made off of the game because Unity is enabling that. I haven't been a fan of Unity for a while. Like, I appreciate indie dev game choices and free choices for it, but like, it just never aligned with me. Like, to make a less well improving, less well playing game on a less powerful engine with worse looking assets, and the way they charged for use of the engine never really aligned with me either. Like, it was a percentage of profits for royalties, I think, for just for everything. And then Unreal, for example, was like, once you made 200K, then we take profits, or you could buy a license, and then we take it from the rest of that. But there's a massive, massive instant L for the company, and just stupid, so insanely stupid.
I forgot who Shira is. With these hands.
These hands.
area.
I love my sound alerts.
The launch got messed up. That's why they became so anal.
No. That's a little better. I haven't been keeping up on the arena super hard lately, so I've just been playing randomly.
All over once they found out.
I don't have tons of the current cards, and I didn't play much of Eldraine either. I wasn't really paying attention to it.
Dinero. Yo no tengo dinero. Okane ga nai.
But I think I was able to slap together a pretty decent deck.
Whoa. Yo no tengo dinero. I'm poor. I have no money. Necesito dinero. Puedo. I forgot. How do you say give in Spanish?
Give.
Puedo recibir dinero. Darme. Bien, darme. Oh my god, darme. Spanish tag. Yo. No, not dame, darme. Get on. No, that's Japanese. Puedo darme dinero.
Oh no! I'm going to die. I'll turn her down a little bit more. Super dead. Mono Red's just kicking my ass here.
Money mula dinero. Dream was just a financial number for them. Darme dinero ahora mismo. Look at this versus rock.
I really need to hit the 4-mana Shieldred and a land before this, and I would have maybe been able to stabilize a little bit.
Every day it tilts a little bit more. Oh no.
Red has a hard time dealing with it.
This thing falling over and me getting out of here. My last hope is to talk to the president. Aww. Who's the president? President Shinra.
I'm just gonna do like 2 more matches, and then I'll swap over to Octopath. While I'm munching on grapes.
Ow. Thank you. This is count as giving dinero.
I'm glad she's up to the rocket.
Thank you. Is Rufus coming? Get out of here! You out of here! My most cherished possession. I can't let you take it.
You what, Cleo? I just started streaming. Why you want my attention now? You were literally sleeping before this. Good.
Are you out of your mind? Are you f***ing me? No, I don't want to watch my profanity. You.
Cleo.
Imagine if actually every streamer was censored like that, bro. Crazy. Some people's streams you would never be able to hear anything because they're always just swearing.
Vous allez
It
faire?
would just be like beep 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 beep. It'd be like Morse code the whole
They
entire
some multicolored spells, bro.
Fuck the president. Where's the president? I don't know where the president is. Excuse me, Cloud. Or excuse me. Did the captain say anything? Nope. Oh. Shira, what are you doing? What are you? Blind? We got guests. Get some tea. I'm sorry. No, how could you talk to him like that? Really don't mind us. Shut up. Sit down in those chairs and drink your goddamn tea. Damn, I'm pissed. Should have been in the backyard tuning up Tiny Bronco and make sure
Stupid.
to serve me some tea, alright? Who the fuck is he? Are they assistants? What's going on? Poor Shira. That's what I'm saying. Sorry, it's our fault.
Or two, eh?
No, he's always like this. Is it like this all the time? You keep quiet even when he's like that to you? That was because of my stupid mistake. I was the one who destroyed his dream. What happened? Hey, get your ass in gear. You work like a snail. Even the moon gets tired waiting around for your ass. Damn, this Sid is an asshole, bro. I'm sorry. Don't take so much time checking that oxygen tank. Shara, being careful is good, but no matter how many times you check that oxygen tank, it won't matter. That thing wouldn't break even if hell froze over. But, no buts. You're not stupid, so be more efficient. I'm sorry. Captain, our dreams are finally coming true. We're so proud to be part of the launch of Shinra number 26. Captain, preparations are complete. That's all that's left is liftoff. Yeah, leave it to me. I'll be back in a few. Ow, I just hit my knee again. Alright, Captain, fly your face. Have you ever put your legs in your t-shirt?
I thought that would have been able to sacrifice that, but oh, how's it going there?
All clear. Shinra number
Yes, it is Octopath. I just wanted to play around with Miko TGA before I started to it. Because I was working on a deck while I was reading Twitter. Dead? I don't think he's got life here. I think he's dead. But I was reading Twitter because Unity apparently decided to scrap their whole business plan and, you know, infinite money forever.
all the time and
And that's a fun story.
my shirt's stretched too.
But yeah, how you doing?
I wear baggy shirts. Hypothetically, I wear baggy shirts because I'm a VP. And I wear the same clothes every day. But hypothetically,
Yeah, no. That's for me.
baggy shirts for my jammies.
Didn't even get to play my children.
Gotta leave room for the booba. Yeah,
I'm all good.
my jammies.
I haven't played MTGA in a little while. I'm out of the loop with the latest set. Normally I like to play pre-releases and do a lot of drafts and stuff, but with work and everything, I missed a bunch of stuff, so
Wouldn't it feel good though to like put in something a little bit oversized instead of like something that kind of a little close to your skin? I don't know.
Great.
I like wearing tight pants.
Alright.
I don't know.
Make sure I got this set to
I don't know. If it's like
capture.
feels lewd if I don't wear
Good.
it.
So I
Feels
can
lewd if I
dance
don't
properly.
wear shorts underneath.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. You have to get into TCGs, but you didn't go to your Pokemon. That's very fair. Oh, is this doing this shit again? No! Okay. Alright, I gotta close this. Doing a weird thing where it doesn't like that I'm launching Octopath from the icon and not the thing. Hey! Hey now, Cleo. Don't be causing trouble, you little brat. Miko is, and sorry, MTG is the most classic. Almost every other card game, like a lot of the mechanics they build on are based off of Miko stuff. Question that I forgot to ask you. The one below me. Oh, that's Siren. I really like Final Fantasy VII, so I'll throw her up on the screen here for a second. I'll link her in the chat because she's fun. She does like big endurance streams a lot of the time. I found her from Iron Mouse on her subathon. She came in and hung out with her when she was napping and stuff. So, but she's been playing Final Fantasy games for the first time recently, and I'm a big Final Fantasy mark, so I am been watching it while I play stuff. Okay, is this gonna recognize my controller inputs? Yeah. Okay, good. Also, I buzz cut myself and trimmed up my beard today because my head sweats like a maniac when I sleep. But yeah, I tend to always end up watching somebody while I stream. If, either like music or somebody doing some endurance stuff or playing some game I like. Usually it's a lot of Street Fighter, but sometimes it's Final Fantasy and stuff too, and I'm happy about that. 40, yeah, so I used to have quite long hair, and then I cut it off once, and whenever it gets more than a couple inches long, I can't fucking stand it anymore. Like, I want to grow it back out so I can like tie it back and stuff, but like, it's between this length and this length. I fucking hate it between there, so I don't want to even have it on my head. Like, it's just awkward. You can't do anything with it. My hair is so curly too that it just curls up like crazy, and I can't style it. So it's too annoying to deal with, and I get super frustrated with it. Yeah. Ever since I chopped it off, I couldn't even bother growing it back out again. Like, over the pandemic, I got it down to about my chin from like here. And I was like, oh, this isn't too bad. And then I moved to Montreal here, and it was so much more humid that it was like, it just looked greasy, and it curled up into like broccoli like all the time by default, that I just was like, no, fuck it. Zip. It's gotta stay low now. So my hair looking like my head is a broccoli is just too much for me. So what I was doing at the end of the last stream was I was grinding against this guy to get more of his shields, because he's got
on your guard.
Really rare shield that you can get from him if you beat the shit out of him. But it's a really low drop rate, so I only got one. But I'll give him like a couple fights, and then I'll go try the super boss. And if I'm not even close to being the super boss, I'll just go finish the rest of
Allow
this.
me time to strike. Now it begins. I fight for my friends. I'll keep my friends safe. Hienka!
Hell yeah.
My turn. I'll end this.
Get lucky and get my boosts back.
Shinjun. I still have much to learn. You still have much.
Did not get. Need more of these battle-tested shields. They're like one of the best items in the game, and this guy drops them. I just kick his ass, and then I
If I must.
wait till he wakes back up, and then I kick his ass again,
On
and
your
maybe he'll
guard.
drop a shield.
Prepare yourself. How's this?
Doesn't hurt that it levels up Hikaru a little too.
Now it
'Cause
begins.
He
Allow
was
me.
behind quite a few levels.
My turn. How's this? Now it begins. I won't. I fight for my friends. Hienka!
It's a little bit of
Prepare
bullying.
yourself.
Yeah.
I'll end this. Shinjun is next.
This guy's got some
For the
rare
pride
family
of
shield, and I'm kicking his ass repeatedly to get it, and no get it. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's
Still.
like a 2% drop rate, which is really brutal. But
Raise your weapon.
you, Cleo, I hear you. You're meowing at me. At least he
On
doesn't
your
seem
guard.
like he minds. He likes practicing,
turn.
he says, so it's all good.
Allow me. You fight dirty. Prepare yourself. How's this? Now it begins. Allow me. Time to strike. Prepare yourself. I'll keep my friends safe. I fight for my friends. Hienka! Here
Damn
I
it.
come.
I didn't get the BP back.
Shinju Monjigiri!
Now I have to hit it twice
Now
instead
it
of
begins.
one free hit.
Shinju Monjigiri! Prepare
Ow.
yourself.
Fuck.
My turn. How's this? Too slow. Now it begins. Allow me.
Ow.
Here I come. I'll end this. It's over. Prepare yourself.
Oh, you didn't die yet. God damn it.
Shinju.
There we go.
I still have
Good
much
lord.
to learn.
Did I get a shield? No. Fuck. Okay. I'll do like
You still have.
2 more loops of this, and then I'll go fight the super boss. Just hoping I could get a couple more of the really good shields.
If I'm on your guard. Now it begins.
I'll definitely
How-
come back and do a real grind if the super boss like
You fight dirty.
stomps my ass really hard.
Here I
But,
come. Allow me. Now it begins. How's this? Now! My turn. I won't be a. I fight for my friends. Hienka! Here I come.
damn it.
Allow me. Prepare yourself. How's this? Predictable. My turn.
Predictable.
Allow me. Here I come. How's this? Time to strike. My turn. I'll end this. Shinjin is next. For the pride of Ku.
Fuck. Okay.
You still have.
Final loop.
Raise your weapon. On your guard. Now it begins. Allow me. My turn. How's this? Now it begins. Allow me. Now! My turn. I'll keep my friends safe. I fight for my friends. Hienka! Here I come. My blade sings. Prepare yourself. How's this?
The same guy every
My
time?
turn.
Yeah. It's this one is the same guy. Like when I switch the time to night,
Now
I guess he
it
goes
begins.
home to rest and
How's
sleep off his
this? Time to
concussion.
strike.
Then he comes back the next morning for his guard duty,
Here I
and then I
come.
kick his ass fresh again.
I'll end this.
He says practice makes purpose, so he's kind of into
There's
it.
no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
But I'm getting
still
stronger,
have much to
and he's
learn.
not, so... No fucking shield. Yeah, I'll go to the inn, take a nap. Escus confirmed, yep. This is the city with a secret underground coliseum too, so maybe he really needs to get the... Oh, he's still there. Get the training in. I think this is the team I'll fight the guys with first. Alright, and then I think I have all the equipment I want, other than the stupid shield. Oh shit, why did I give her that shield? Oh, because she has the SP, right. I'm gonna give it to... her. He's a little squishier. I think this is the classes I want to set up as too, so I think I'm good. Go fight this super boss. Gotta go down to the island of fucking heck or whatever that says. Let's go. And here. On my baller ass ship. Make our way to the island of hell.
Come and get me.
Now it begins. I won't be afraid. Soul Getsusen! Who's next? For the pride of Ku.
I'm so gonna die fighting this fucking thing. What the fuck? Windows, you don't... Stop it! No! I don't want to install Windows shit. Get out of here. Yeah, no worries, man. Enjoy the music if you hear it. If you pop in, I'll probably be struggling against this fighting literal amalgamation of hell.
I'm going to fucking call you.
Go fight Super Boss.
I'm going to make it so that you guys
Yeah, man.
never
See you
wanna
later.
mess with me.
Sense of danger is overwhelming. Okay. Yes. Let's go like this. Body of souls. Why have you come here if you seek to prevent my return? Shall consume you all.
Allow me to lighten your load.
Oh yeah. Soul of the Dead emerges. Attacks that do not target weaknesses will be countered. Okay. I win.
Winds of favor blow. Now,
Nice.
My turn. How's this?
Oh shit.
Done. Too slow.
Nice. You didn't instantly die
What to
from that.
do?
Can't be darkness for a bunch of them. They'll try it.
darkness descend.
Open book.
One of them. Okay.
Too slow.
Nice. Misses. Hell yeah.
Here I go.
Okay. Let's do gusts since I know that works on a couple of them.
Instilled with wind's blaze.
Ow! Oh, the
Ready?
fucking heat wave. Okay.
Heavy-footed, aren't you?
Nice. Double weak. Perfect.
My turn. Strike. My friends.
Oh shit! Right, I forgot to put the auto revive on them. Okay, that's a mistake I should fix.
I have a talent for making do. A pinch of this and you have my thanks, Christy. It's my turn now. Here you go.
My blade is unyielding.
Ow!
Ow! Oh!
Fight, Dirk.
Oh shit! Agnia!
My turn.
Fuck.
Here.
The show must go on.
Something will happen next turn, eh?
Not like this.
Oh, Throne! Damn it!
Rone!
Alright,
Use this to grade that I can't die yet.
fuck. Drained of SP? Oh, you motherfucker.
Really now.
All right.
They lose their fucking thing there when they do that. That sucks. Okay. Let's try fire.
Fireball, burn.
Nope. Fuck.
I'm sorry.
Jesus.
Can still fight.
Oh, they knocked one of them out? Rene's just gone. If we survive this attack,
Here.
My audience awaits.
Long sleep.
god damn it.
It can't
Oh,
be.
All right.
almighty all of it is.
Here you go.
Yo,
I'll
you
never fall
idea.
to the likes of you.
Oh, they're just pushing me back on a turn order every time. Because they're buffing as well. Ow. That wasn't even their move.
Long sleep.
Now! Shady Grave Bunch. I'm so dead.
Here you go.
Thank you,
I'm
Edmund.
just healing every turn.
It can't end.
Now it begins. Allow me. Time to strike.
Who are weak to axe? Thank good Christ.
My turn. How's this?
What to do?
Oh, Thorne came back. Thank God. Oh, she's out of fucking SP. Thank God. Ugh.
Not like
Oh!
this. Here I go. Use this to grade
You
that.
have my thanks, Kesty.
Prepare yourself. I'll keep my friends safe. I fight for my friends. Hienka!
Woo! 50,000. It's pretty solid.
Here I come.
I didn't get a boost out of that though, motherfucker. Bring her back. I'm burning all my expensive items though.
Don't underestimate me.
We have 4 moves first. Ow.
Unwell.
Uh-oh.
Can still
Okay.
fight. How's this?
How dare you? There, eat this.
The winds of favor blow. Hold it together. I have a talent for making do. These hands. Time for your medicine.
Oh, hell yeah.
You won't want to miss this.
Oh, the Wailing Soul's almost dead.
The winds of favor blow. Sorry.
Fuck yeah. They're not even close to being dead. But I can do some good damage here.
I fight for my friends.
This one I think is the most annoying, so I'm gonna focus that.
Shinju Manjukiri. Good.
Yeah! 50,000. Just iced it. Okay.
How dare you?
How dare you?
You're too kind.
Shit. That's probably gonna get it wrong. I should heal.
No mercy, only pain.
drastic treatment is in order.
Nice, good damage. No! I have to kill them all at the same time? Oh, that's some bullshit.
Together now! Whirlwind blow!
3 more turns of poison too.
How's this?
How dare you? Watch me. I'm sorry, but I won't hold back.
Oh, whoops. Hired help is what I wanted. Or an assassin. Oh, please, yes.
Now go.
Help me out for an assassin. Oh, amazing, amazing.
Now go.
I know.
That's what I got all this money for. Stop it! I was trying to kill it, but I wanted to wait till the next turn. Oh my god.
How's this?
Ow.
It's my turn now. The winds of favor.
I don't want to kill that top one until the next turn. Ideally.
Instilled with winged blaze. Cleaning time. Now go.
Bow? Fuck yeah.
Not like this.
No, Throny! No! Oh no. What the fuck is that? It just wiped us all out in one go. Okay. So. That's tough. It's very tough.
We've been here.
Probably cut the full power for the one free revive.
What? Why the fuck did I go to the quest house randomly?
try this again.
This is this.
Looks like we're all pretty much good to go. I think the level is gonna make a bigger difference. Like I'm just shy on damage.
Free rest. Oh, that's so nice. Wait, what the flow did you enter my
Buddy of souls.
Time to dance the night away.
But I can definitely see that it's possible to kill them.
What to do?
I got $1 million. I can burn through all my cash. Let's do it.
Now go. I got careless. Careless. Not careless. Don't underestimate
Just
me.
instantly kill. That's amazing.
Rone!
Okay, I know they're all weak to axes, so let's just get that through.
Axe attack. Ah, there.
My turn. How's this?
Time to shine.
They're weak to wind, too.
The winds of favor blow.
Wait.
Here I come. How's this?
All right. Together now. I should write this down.
55,000? 600,000! 5,000, 50,000. Okay, 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. 600,000 on that motherfucker. Weak to ice. Light. Okay, so axes seem to be the go-to. I should give some jam. To her. I bet she could kill all three of those at once.
Use this to great thank you, Casty. What
The,
to do?
the full hard help. Oh, it's a shame Arlene Bauer didn't come back too. Damn it, I could have used it twice. Okay. Hired help.
Playtime is over. Now go.
Oh, it didn't kill any of them. That's perfect, actually. I can ice them all on the next turn. Ow.
Now then.
Dump it in, get them all dead. Oh, thank God it didn't kill anybody.
Keep my friends safe. I fight for my friends. I'll end this.
Get him.
Good.
Yeah.
I extend a helping with no mercy, only pain.
Mostly just need HP and BP. So HP, HP, BP, BP. Wait. Using, strengthening. HP, BP, using, strengthening, HP.
Time for your medicine. I owe you one.
Ready?
Watch me. Playtime is over.
Fuck yeah.
Now go.
It fucked up eyeball.
Open book.
Oh, it's weak to that too? Awesome. And I got a BP generation. Let's just do it again.
Sorry, but I won't hold back.
Do it.
Aver, Prince of Thieves.
Only 8,000? Shit. Should've went for the 4 hired helps.
What to do?
Now go.
Moment of truth, friend. Here I come.
Bonk bonk. Yeah. Break
The
this
rod
bitch.
shan't be spared.
Yeah. Okay.
You said it, Hikari.
Find out what his thing is, just to save us some trouble.
I should write this down.
Light, of course. Makes sense.
Here I go. No mercy, only pain.
Everybody gets some fucking lightning, baby.
Instilled with lightning lethality.
Here I come. I'll keep my friends safe. I'll end this. Hienka!
Oh. What damage?
Alright.
Okay.
I can do whatever I set my mind to. I summon Alapin, the Scholar King.
Here I go. No mercy, only pain.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's see if let's poison this bitch.
Do not think ill of me for this.
Ready?
Oh my god, its defense is so crazy.
Prepare yourself. The rod shan't be spared.
Donk donk.
Here I come.
You bitch.
Allow me.
Here I go. Poison slash.
Time to shine. Bye-bye.
What to do?
Eat this.
Fuck you.
My turn. I shall heal your wounds.
Thank you. My turn.
Why did I do that? I could have just used her merchant thing. Fuck. Either way, I should hire them to come in for free bot.
Now go.
Good damage.
It's my turn now.
Well now. Poison slash.
Hopefully I can just keep having. Ooh, it does good damage. Good poison. Ow.
Prepare yourself. Allow me.
It did no damage. What the fuck? Does he just have that high defense when he's not broken?
Poison slash. It's my turn now.
Gift thrown a full BP.
Here you go.
Thank you, Athena. Ready?
Watch me. Sorry, but I won't hold back. Now go.
I owe you. That's your weakness.
Did I get a BP back? Yeah!
My turn.
Amazing.
Playtime is over. Now go.
Well,
These hands.
These hands. Ah, fuck it. The poison's doing a lot of
Do
damage,
not
so.
think ill of me for this.
Prepare yourself. I fight for my friends.
Shinju Monjigiri.
Shinju Monjigiri!
Ready?
Now go.
Image.
Time to shine! Together now! Lion dance!
Oh shit. God damn it.
Well now.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that? That's some bullshit. That's some real bullshit.
Instilled with flame's fury. My turn. Can you take the heat?
Prepare yourself.
Oh my god. What a pain. That's a pain and a half. Holy shit.
Now then.
Ooh, that did good damage. Stop it. Oh. Hey, how's it going? It's not going the worst. I know I was probably gonna lose this fight, but man, this is a fucked up fight. I died once the first time because I came in kind of wrong. And then I managed to, when I came back in the second time, I put the auto revive on everybody. And I killed them all once. I did a bunch of good damage to the eye. And then he revived them all with this rotating single weakness bullshit. I'm just trying to figure out the best play. Okay.
I
Let it
shall heal
heal.
your wounds.
It was a rough ass fight for sure.
Cleaning time.
The thing that's the most annoying is the eye every turn, if I have buffs, will remove my buffs, and that's just that's hard to deal with. I want to line them all up so they're on the same weakness, but I think it's just going to be better to try and fuck them all up.
Yeah. I got careless.
Yeah, I knew she was gonna. It's fine, he healed a little bit, he's good.
Alright.
Lightning works. Then Casty can heal everybody a little bit.
My turn.
Yeah, that would make sense. They got a lot of coverage that way.
I have a talent for no mercy, only pain.
Honestly, just need to fucking heal more, I think. They do a lot of damage. So at least I broke 2 of them there, but I don't think I'm gonna kill them on the next turn. That screws up my SP, right? Yeah. Oh boy. Okay.
I won't be afraid.
Get some damage in there.
I'll end this. I fight for my friends. Shinju Meikiri. Done.
Not like this.
Damn it, Tyrone! Ah, I was gonna rely on her. Fuck.
Use this to great thank you, Casty.
I can do whatever I set my mind to.
Try to do some damage. Fuck, they're so tough.
Lightning bolt, strike! I'm
Not a bad
my
idea.
audience awaits.
They say. Ow!
My blade is unyielding.
Oh, fuck.
Can't be.
Oh.
Curses.
The elemental stuff that's hard to deal with.
As swift as a snake. Hang in there.
My
Cannot
audience awaits.
die yet.
Yeah. I got careless.
I one hit's not too bad. It's if I fail this one again, I'll switch to my other team and I'll try a couple times with that. And if I still can't do it with that, I'll go finish the actual story because then I'll have a couple more levels. I think I'm still a little under leveled for this, so I'm not too worried about beating it right now. But if I can, I'm totally happy with that.
Prepare yourself.
Yeah, the counter's the real pain. That's why I was trying to get them all lined up, but... Ow. Oh my god, Thorny lived. Probably not for long, though. Oh, shit.
Now it begins.
My main elemental person. Fuck.
I shall heal your wounds.
Thanks, Hikari.
Yeah, without any real elemental stuff, I struggle against this. Let's do fire once. Put them up to light. Really gotta get them all to line up.
Prepare yourself.
I broke one of them. Fuck yeah.
I got careless.
The counter on the bottom guy didn't change. No! Oh, it's all out of sync again. Fuck. Screaming Soul? Which one's Screaming Soul? Oh, that one. Okay. Well, in that case... then break it.
This'll cool you down. Now.
Haha, fuck you. I probably should have healed there, though. Poison will maybe kill them.
My turn.
Okay. Ari has no stuff, so...
Here.
Thank you, Hikari.
baby heal.
Alright.
I don't even know what I want to do with her. Like, she can't hit light right now without using the item. Well, at least they won't counterattack me while they're doing this.
As swift as a snake. Playtime is over. Now go.
Yay. I just gotta make sure to kill this bitch. No! Oh no! Cassie's still alive, that's good, that's good. Ice. Did I not use her thing? Oh, I did, that's it. It just refilled again, okay. If I can kill it at the same time, prevent it from reviving, that would be so amazing.
Long sleep.
Fuck you! No! Oh, Casty was my chance to kill it there. The eye's gonna revive the other versions of it. Stop it! I almost had him killed. Oh, god damn it. I can't believe it targeted Casty with that. Knocked her out so I couldn't finish it off. Damn it. Okay.
Use this to break.
Many thanks.
I'm just gonna have to carry tank this, hopefully.
I'll keep my friends safe. I fight for my friends. Hienka!
Take the hit.
Done.
Yeah.
This is bad.
Oh, their weakness changes regardless of what thing they take. So I could attack it and change it. I just have to survive this stupid shit. Okay. That's not so bad. Do I have a single full party heal yet still? I think I'm out. I get it. There is a severe lack of party heal items and spells. Oh, I'm just gonna use this.
Here you go. You have healing hands. How dare you? As swift as a snake.
So if I attack this guy,
There.
he should go up to be lightning too.
Yeah.
One down. Maybe I can kill it before the eye gets a turn. Stop it with that chain shit.
I'll keep my friends safe.
Kill it too. Oh god, it wasn't even close to enough damage.
Done.
Ugh.
I can still fight.
He's gonna die if I do anything for him. God damn it. None of the others can do real as much damage.
Here.
Don't underestimate me.
Whoops. Fuck. That is the one I wanted to use.
Prepare yourself.
Only 2,000 damage? God damn it. No. Damn it. No! Ah! I hate that the main eye doesn't take any damage at all during this phase either.
Bad.
It's crazy. Just line them up. Take the hit. Oh my god, that killed her. What the fuck? Why is that so heavy?
You're open.
The eye's gonna revive the third one. And then I'm basically back to the same spot. That's some bullshit.
No mercy, only pay. This will make it all right. You have my thanks, Casty. Casty. I got careless.
Oh my god. Like the whole time I'm wasting so many moves on this stuff. Stop it! And I am doing no damage to the main enemy.
Lightning bolt, strike! At this rate. This will make it all right. Don't underestimate me.
At least the poison's almost gone.
Here.
Thanks, Cuddy.
Cassie, you can survive, right? Don't get hit. Anybody but Cassie, please. 3 more chances to not kill Cassie. Oh, she's dead. The fucker.
Not like this.
Go out with a bang, Akari.
I fight for my friends. Shinju Meigiri. My friends, I've failed you.
Goddamn. Okay. Zoom last save. Let me teleport to a place where I can change my thing real quick. City, I guess. I need to change the skills on my secondary party there. Rather, my main party. This is my secondary party. Bellbender. Seems like they have a rare liquor in stock. Bartender said it's a bit on the strong side. I'd be happy to give it a try. None for me, thanks. I'll have raspberry juice. Hope you don't mind us partaking in alcohol in your presence, Agnia. Not at all. I don't drink, but I'm happy to spend time with folks who do. Everyone I know becomes so cheerful when they're drunk. You get to see a side of them you don't usually see. See the good in everything, don't you, Agnia? Now then, shall we raise our glasses in a toast? Cheers! Cheers, cheers. What a delectable flavor. Indeed, I think I'll have another. Never took you for much of a drinker, Cassie. Me neither. I thought you'd consider it poison for your body. Hee everything in moderation, even alcohol. But perhaps you've had a little too much. You have a distant look in your eyes. It's not true, Hikari. You're right, Cassie. Seems like you get pretty giggly when you're drunk. Cassie, where are you going? It's so hot in here. I think I'll get some fresh air outside. Don't wander off. Help. You needn't worry, Agnia. Swear no harm shall befall you or Cassie this night. Alright? Look, have gotten you even more serious than usual. Never a dull moment in the tavern. That makes me doubt Cassie joking about maybe banging Particio when he was drunk. Alright, let's switch everybody out. Yeah, I think I'm still. Whoops, I'm stupid. A little low level. Try with these guys instead. We give them all of the auto regen or auto relife. I do think to actually beat the super boss, I probably really need to go get those shields. I got two. I got two of the battle tested shields. But I'll do the story first, I think, after I've given this crew a shot. And then I'll after giving them a shot, I'll go do the main stuff, because I'm probably not beating this group very easily with my current crew.
Hey, a customer.
E-Dragon.
My prey awaits.
Cosmic Roar.
I'm hungry.
Elemental damage rather than having like 3 different elements where it becomes even more complicated. This is 1997 after all. That would be a lot more content and memory to add to the game.
Okay, I'm gonna start the battle, and then I'm gonna go to. I want to divide the party. I just used her fucking. I used her latent power, and now it's gone. That's fine. I probably won't use it with that. Alright. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and have a quick cigarette.
I like my odds.
Souls of the dead.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Round 2. Look, eyeball. Alright. Round 2, big squishy eyeball.
I got more grit than I can handle. Let's get to work. Get to work.
Instantly killed.
Let's go.
You know what I should have done? I should have used a full thing on her and did her cheat move.
That's the stuff.
No, thank you.
Wind is the one element he doesn't actually have. I know axes hit them all. Unless their weaknesses change or something, but...
Use this.
Oh dear. You're welcome.
I wanted to beat the first part with the other team because this is like my powerless team.
Very well. You're welcome.
This cannot be.
Ow!
Death
Wow.
can't have me yet.
Stop killing Oswald. And Temenos, holy shit.
A new beginning.
Temenos. This one's on me. I ain't one for holding back.
Okay.
Good hunting.
Provoke beasts. Latent power. And latent power. Beast lord. Provoke. And let's fuck them up.
Ready, set, go!
Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now Shet can do it on her turn. Yeah, call it the dead.
Here goes. Let's get to work.
Kill him! shit. Boost. Hunter. Provoke. And flame power. Provoke.
Ready, set, go!
Don't hit that one. How
I
stupid.
owe you.
Oh no, it's not gonna kill it.
Where was I? I won't back down.
Tennis, what can you do?
How's that for you?
I need a plan. Feel my wrath! This is the answer.
Oh, it's not nearly enough damage. No!
This is bad. That's the stuff.
Here goes. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Let's get to work.
Huh? Hoshishio! I won't back down. Now time!
Fuck you! Snacking the stick. What was that? Oh!
In pursuit of knowledge. Let me show you. Huh? This is the answer.
To work.
Fuck, it's not enough.
Unleash your fury.
Ah, that did nothing. Oh, that was a waste of 195 fucking things.
Shucks.
God damn it.
I got more grit than I can handle.
You're gonna die, but you're gonna kill that thing too.
Let's get to work.
Or not kill it. That's fine too.
Thinking time. Take this. Let's finish.
Oh. Yo, how's it going? Yeah, my hair causes my head to sweat a lot when I sleep, so I got frustrated with this morning and just buzz it all down. Clean up my beard a little bit too. But I really like my hair when it's longer, like shoulder length almost, but it's the distance between like a 2-inch and shoulder length. I hate that whole length there. So I get frustrated usually when it's a couple inches and I just chop the whole thing off. This guy. Battle Shark, Battle Shark, Battle Shark, Dreadwolf, Dreadwolf.
Ready, set, go!
Fuck, keeps hitting the eyeball.
Thank you kindly.
This super boss is some shit. I'm having a hard time even trying to get close to killing it. Ow! Yeah, exactly. Fuck.
Where was I?
They keep coming back and I keep struggling to kill these things.
Say your prayers. Repent. Now try.
Why did I use this special though? Yeah, see, 1 damage the ammo to manage up. It does 0 damage while the minions are alive. I was trying with my other party because for the special boss you have to split into 2 parties because each half fights a different part of the boss. And I tried with the other party for a while. I killed all 3 of them at once, and then I dealt like 200,000 or 300,000 damage to the main eye, and that brings them back with a new mechanic where they have all the elemental weaknesses, but only one at a time. And if you hit with the non-one that they're not weak to, they'll counterattack you. And if it's not one of the exposed ones, it won't deal shield damage to them. It's fucking brutal. Crazy brutal.
I'm starving!
Okay. Gotta try this Scourge of the Sea again. Three sharks. Let's do glasses. Battle shark, battle shark. Dread wolf, dread wolf. No, the weaknesses are hidden until you expose them, so that's always a fun problem. But the little things underneath their names there, where it says vulnerable or whatever, at least you know what they are once they're exposed. But killing them all at the same time has been a pain in the ass. Stop it. Okay, what are they at now? That one's almost dead, this one's not even close to dead. Time to use money to solve my problems. $50,000, hire 4 legendary assassins. Kill this bitch. Yes, okay. Now I need to kill this thing. 1, 2, 3,
Feel my
4.
wrath. Calculations complete.
So he should still be at
Let me
600,000.
look at you.
Yeah, because I haven't touched him yet. Crazy insane.
Let's go.
Okay, now it's time to use my cheat again. Using her glitch is the only way this fight's gonna end. Provoke beasts, latent power, and latent power. Hunter skills, or beast lore, provoke. There we go. Okay, provoke. Scourge of the Sea should knock off 8 shield points. Battle on Shark 3 times. Should give back the BP and heal it. And then Dreadwolf will hit him a bunch to hurt him.
Ready, set, go!
Now this is my good team. I was trying to beat phase 1 with the weak team before. So I could take my good team into the second phase. But my weak team was getting crunched over and over and over, so I was like, okay. Gotta try my busted team. Oshet especially, because I can do this shit, which is a glitch. But it's very useful. I can summon all the rare Pokemon multiple times, repeatedly, because normally you can only summon them once.
Let's do it.
Portitio can hire dudes to come in and fuck this guy up,
Get to work.
saving me lots of damage too. So. But still, it's like 10 cycles of his attack to kill this guy.
Repent.
I'm gonna
Fear
boost
not,
the fuck out of
I
my
will
team
keep you
while I
from
can. Wait. Latent power.
Let me show you what I've learned.
Scholar skills.
Calculations complete.
Boost his own
Impart
spells.
your wisdom, Alapag.
I'm just getting warmed up. I got more
His
grit
latent
than I can
power.
handle.
Shell out more cash.
Let's get to work.
Thinking time. In pursuit of knowledge. This is the answer.
Oh, he's still weak. But the stupid part about my good team here is that they're all pretty underleveled except for Oshet. She's very overleveled. Does it only do the AoE attack or pull some? Oh, so the red ring around the screen, it changes the element of that, and based on the element, it does a status effect every turn cycle. So red does damage, and blue will remove my SP, which is my magic. I don't know what the other elements do because I've only seen those two, but it does a lot of dumb bullshit. So I'm trying to kill it before it does that, hopefully.
Fear not, I will keep you from harm.
If it gets to that second phase with the element stuff, I'm probably not going to be able to beat it, but I'm going to try very hard to do it right now. Put the skill Provoke Beast. Start Provoke. Okay. Let's do Battle, Battle, Battle. Because that'll Big Mac 3 DP. And Dreadwolf, Dreadwolf, Dreadwolf. For damage. Right now, yeah. If I even make it to see it to phase 2, I don't know how my other team's gonna keep up, but I'll try my best. I'm just doing this as exploratory anyways, because I'm pretty sure I'm a little under level. And I haven't even touched the like true story yet, so. Alright, let's see. Does he revive these motherfuckers? That's a fine. That's an easy hit to take.
Very well. Repent.
Heminos's prayer for plenty is like super essential for this because he
Fear not, I will
heals
keep
you
from
over
harm.
your maximum HP, and you can get extra health out of it that way.
Here we go.
Okay. Just gonna keep using the glitch to make my way through this fight. Scourge of the Sea. Knock that bitch down. Shark. 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 Dreadwolf. Dreadwolf.
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, it's like playing an anime. It's fucking crazy.
Bring it on. Yeehaw! Let's do it.
Luckily, I had about 1,200,000 saved up, so that gives me 2, 4, like 15 uses of these expensive ass assassins. Right, Oswald, you can do it. Your one true magic is weaker than expected, but it's still fine. Damage is damage.
This is the answer.
Here goes.
Yeah, you pay. The merchant class gets the hired help ability, and you can pay cash to bring in these guys. This was the best one I had. The veteran soldiers, they do a lot of weapon attacks, but I beat another like secret boss, which was a group of assassins, and when you beat them, they're like, "You're pretty strong. Okay, cool. We'll help you if you call us for us, but I have to pay 50,000 every time to do it."
Let's get to work.
But they heal me and give my SP back, so that's really good for longevity, let's say.
Repent.
Heal Oswald
Fear not,
over,
I will
please.
keep you from harm.
Very much like Yojimbo, yeah. Nice. And using the assassins is letting me use his spells a lot more because his one true magic costs 150 MP. So it's keeping me in the mood. The money's cheap. Comes back easy, right? Yeah, yeah, right. But
Wahoo! I'm starving!
okay. Shark, shark, shark. Dreadwolf, dreadwolf,
Ready,
dreadwolf.
set, go!
Thank you.
If I'm just dreading the turn because when you break them and stun them like this, you get one turn cycle of free attacks, and then they come back and they always get the first turn after. I'm dreading the time he comes back and he revives all three of them at once with their elemental weaknesses, 'cause that's gonna be the part I struggle with. Alright. Is this the one? Yeah. Alright. Here we go. Phase 2.
To work.
So, I can attack any one of them, and any attack will advance their weakness to the next one. So I have to push them all over to fire, probably. Which is annoying. Alright, Temenos, you got life. You can take a whack at this guy. Oh, you know what? You have a
Atone
special
for your
power, don't
sin.
you?
I won't back down. How's that for you?
Damn it! Bring it on.
Yeah, suck it up. Punch this one. And then, because the eyeball got its fucking super shield back, unless I kill all three of these at the same time, I still can't do any damage to him, so I gotta do this the slow and shitty way. Right. I hit this guy.
Right.
I'll also hit it and flip one of these over. Maybe some good damage against one of these or something. Yeah, I could fuck him up a little bit with this.
Lionheart Axe!
Thinking time.
You sync him up. So I've been trying to sync him up, and that's where I died on the last run with the weaker team, because I was never able to get them all synced up and kill them all at the same time. The problem is when you break them, they lose sync. So I have to do it in like one turn cycle to be for sure, and that's the real problem there. So I'm gonna use her thing now. I have a fire guy that'll do some good damage to that. And between her and Articio, maybe I can kill all of them. I think they come back weaker when this elemental form, but the counterattack is a problem. So if I don't hit them with the weakness, they'll counterattack and hurt me more.
I'm starving!
So, Terra is Staff of Fire. And then Glacius is Ice Wind Lightning. And Shark, Shark, Shark. And yeah. Do some more
Ready,
Glacius.
set, go!
It only did 1 damage to that one at the top. Oh, I hate it.
Thanks.
He's probably gonna take a counter hit for that. Yeah. Ow. Ow. Oh, SP drops now. Yeah, that's fine. Temenos can take a hit.
Very well. I won't back down.
Overheal
I
her.
will
Yeah.
keep you from harm.
I'm just getting warmed up.
I have no choice but to just keep using this for damage. I'll probably kill the Wailing Soul, and that's gonna suck because the fucking eyeball is gonna bring it back again. So stupid.
Let's get to work.
At least I can damage the rest of it. Oh, it didn't die. Thank God.
Huh? Huh? It's hard.
Oh no, Tsushio!
Now then. Feel my wrath. Roar thunder.
Oh my God, she didn't even get over res there.
I won't back down.
Not having Partitio really sucks, because if I revive him now, he won't come back till the next turn. Weakness of the Broken One not changed? Exactly, yeah. Which unsyncs them in a majorly annoying way. I could break one of them with using a wind attack. I would put it over to light. Actually, that's probably worth doing. I just don't want that third one to die before the next turn cycle, because I won't be able to revive Partitio and have him participate in the turn then properly. So that one that's already broken needs to stay alive for this turn.
No then.
But he could break it because he's got a light-based attack. But it may kill that one, annoyingly. So weak. Fuck. Fuck.
Magia Stigma.
Broken.
Oh, thank God it wasn't that strong.
Many thanks.
Then she can res Partitio.
My prey awaits.
They're all actually broken right now. Maybe I just go for the kill. Let's see. I don't know. Might not be able to kill it before the next turn. I'll chicken out a little bit. Now, you know what? Fuck it. Go big and go home. This is just a test anyways.
I'm starving!
A test that I'm happy to, you know, accept if possible, but okay. Shark. Shark. Dribble, 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 dribble.
Ready, set, go!
The tide is turning.
Alright, one down. Do it, Dreadwolf, kill him. Oh, two down. No. Yes! Oh, thank God. Jesus. Please don't revive them again. Not till phase 3 at least.
Where was I?
Alright.
I won't back down.
Overheal her for now. Or yourself,
Fear
actually.
not, I will keep you from harm.
You're squishy and weak.
I need a plan.
Oswald can revive.
Use this.
Time to get back to work.
And then she can break him again with her busted shit. Scourge of the Sea. Shark, shark, shark. Dreadwolf, dreadwolf.
Ready, set, go! I'm back.
Fuck you, eyeball. Bitch ass motherfucker. God damn it. I don't even want to waste a turn trying to check his health.
Now then.
Right.
Calculations, let me show you what I've learned. This is the answer.
Ooh, doing better damage.
Right. I'm starving!
Let's do this Supreme Luck of the Kate. For a buff. And Battle Wolf, Battle Wolf. Dreadwolf, Dreadwolf, Dreadwolf.
Ready, set, go!
Buff me, don't nerf the enemy. Oh yeah! That's the good one. That's one perfectly invincible shield hit. Octitio spent some cash.
Here goes. Yeehaw! Let's do it.
Let's try the... I don't need the HP SP, so I'm gonna go for the pure damage.
Let's
Save a little bit of money. They do a little bit weaker than the axe guys, but...
To work.
Yeah.
I won't back down.
Overheal Tissio, because he seems to
Fear
get
not,
fucking
I will keep you from harm.
scrunched all the time.
family, Tamanos.
Oh no, it went away. Oh shit. No, don't do it again. Oh.
Very well.
Oh. Then why do they have fucking fire auras now? Oh no. I've never seen this phase. Oh shit, they've got countdowns on them. What the fuck? Is that the people they're gonna attack? Huh.
Say your prayers.
Let's see. Oh, he's not weak now, but he's below 50% too. So he's down 300,000 health. Okay.
Blaze on, O sacred flame.
Oh, they still have the counterattack thing, motherfuckers. Okay.
Calculations complete. This the answer.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. Claims his life?
Oswald!
What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Wahoo! I'm starving!
Uh-oh. Is he just gone now? Oh no, that's bad. Alright. Jesus.
Ready, set, go!
Fuck. What the fuck are these guys weak to? Oh boy. Nice. It's okay, it's the same weakness as before. But fuck, that one's not dead yet.
Yeehaw!
What did we get out of that? Right.
Yeehaw! Let's do it! Let's get to work.
Get fucking broken. Good Christ.
Oh dear.
But can I not revive him? He's like perma-dead. Jesus. I thought I had something for this kind of kill. Oh, I had for petrification. I see. He's just dead, yeah.
I won't back down.
Let's keep shit alive with her game-breaking summon bug.
I'm just getting warmed up. Let's get to work.
Get fucked, you extra spirit bitches. Please die.
Right. I'm starving!
They both beat the staff, so let's do one of those. Red wolf, red
Ready,
wolf.
set, go!
Ooh. Yeah. What damage? Woo! Oswald, you'll be remembered. Sucks losing an extra turn, though. I hope to God this doesn't revive them again, like right away.
Yeehaw!
Thank God.
Yeehaw! Let's do it.
Alright.
Let's get to work.
I
Burn all my cash. We can do this.
Wahoo! I'm starving!
1, 2, 3. Dread wolf, dread wolf, dread wolf.
Set, go!
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, I got to the part with my weaker team where the element stuff was shifting around, and I just couldn't do it. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a try with my strong team that I was saving for the part 2. But the strong team has weaker levels. Like all these characters are weaker level except for Shet. But they have all the better abilities. So I was like, okay, I'll save them for phase 2. But if I can't kill it, I'll just go finish the story and come back when they've got an extra 10 or 12 levels on them. See how they're doing then. Right, let's max her out.
I will keep you from harm.
Now max himself out next turn. Just to see if I can even beat this with my current setup.
Fear not, I will keep you from harm.
Gotta. This seems like such an absurd boss. Like really absurd. Gotta pull it all out.
Let's get to work.
I hit the yellow though. So it's in the lower phase of its life now.
Right.
1, 2, 3.
Ready, set,
I think before I come back to this
Thank you, Cat.
for real, after the story stuff, if I don't manage to do it here, I'll go grind out those shields and give them to everybody. Because having the health and SP regeneration that they can't like remove be such a strong buff. Red Wolf, you're saving my life here. Stop it. No. Oh. Oh, 10,000? Okay. That's nothing.
Yeehaw!
Okay, it's the same weaknesses though. He gets 4 attacks a turn now? Okay, okay. A little fucked up, but
Let's get to
I
work.
burned half my money.
I hope.
Yeah, that 4 turns is that's a scary fucking phase. Same run so far. I broke past phase 2. He's down to 25% now. So I don't know if I can kill him though. He erased Oswald. He's just dead for real. Oh, he doesn't have a Slatin power yet. Oh, he is weak to staff though. I could just bop him a bunch with that.
Repent.
Fuck you.
How's that for you?
here we go.
I love hitting people with Temenos just doing like no damage. But breaking them is really fun, so. Okay. Provoke. 1, 2, 3. Dread Wolf, Dread Wolf, Dread
Ready,
Wolf.
set, go.
I owe you.
I'm really lucky he's weak to dagger. And that both Shark and Dread Wolf do dagger damage. I have no hope of the second team beating the second phase though. Unless it's like way more straightforward and just a pure damage boss kind of thing. Because this first phase is bananas.
Yeehaw!
Way over anything I expected out of this game so far. If I just do this and get some damage back? Or some cash back? Why not? Let's see how much it does.
The fountain make me rich.
Oh, that was a good waste. That was a fun one. That's fantastic. That makes me very happy.
Repent.
That's unbelievably bad. I don't know what the hell was up with that, but
Show no mercy.
that's pretty good damage, Temenos. Goddamn.
My prey awaits.
That 4 turns is so scary. It's gonna fuck, even with buffed up health like this, I don't know if I'm gonna survive it. I guess we'll see. At least Hachette has 1 free revive. But if just she revives, I don't know what's gonna happen. That's not so bad. Do a couple punches like that. Not so bad. Although Temenos is down a bit there. Did that just erase their health? Their extra health? Punk bitch.
This isn't good.
What the fuck's up with their status effects? Okay, can I heal all her status effects with anything? There's no like, oh, herb elixir. There we go.
Here you go.
Necessary.
Shucks.
Okay, heal us with daggers, please.
Let's get to work.
I owe
Yeah. Right, so the busted team can do it. Good job, Particio. You were the MVP of this fight. Oof, oof. So we just beat up its dick basically, and now there's the real boss up here. Oh
I'll
boy.
accept only victory.
4 parts, 99. What the fuck is that? Will not reach Galdera. Abyssal Maw, Blade of the Fallen, Sundering Arm. Okay. Well. Doesn't have any counter shit, so that's a good start. Let's start off easy with a dagger across everybody.
There. So that's it.
1 week to dagger, good. He's
Prepare
bald and the
yourself.
old Galdera lost the other warrior. Yeah, he only has the one ball. Okay, Kari could do the Lance, see if they're weak to that. That one's weak to Lance, okay. That's rough. Oh, you bitch.
What to do?
Let's try darkness.
As swift as a snake, darkness descend. Ready?
Nope. Okay.
Now go. Here I go.
She can do axe.
Axe attack. There.
Ow. Ooh. Nice.
It's my turn now.
Okay. I don't want Cassidy to die yet, so I'm gonna sacrifice her turn to bring her up to max. You know what? Fuck it. Burn the good stuff.
Here you go.
That helped.
Here I come.
That's great. I love Nightmare. He's cool. But not looking forward to fighting it. Okay, what can you do, Hikari? We haven't tried swords yet, so let's see if they're weak to swords.
Exposed.
What the fuck is the sword weak to up there? Augmentation. Physical seal. She can't attack now?
What to do?
That's okay. Let's try an element that we do not currently use yet. We did that. Did not do light. Two things with the light. Okay.
My turn.
And she's
I
all
have a
good
talent
to
for
do
making do.
the fun stuff. So
No mercy, only pain.
we're good on health. That BP is strengthened.
A pinch of this and
I owe.
Ow! Oh! Okay, that's some good damage. No, my BP. Fuck. God damn it. Brutal. Excited for literally no games to be made. Yeah, I saw. That's what I was talking about when I started the stream. Like, Unity just fucking burned their whole company to the ground today for no reason. Like, even if people want to make a game in Unity, if they're not gonna make any money off of it, like, it's crazy. So, okay, this is what we're talking about for a second, because I do care about game dev a little bit. Twitter. I'll find a couple of the quick posts to show. This is one of the first ones here. So what they initially announced was that as of January 1st, 2024, every install of every game that's made in Unity would charge the devs 20 cents. And people are like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Some games that sell tons of stuff is never, they're going to make terrible money. But then if you read the terms of service and stuff that they announce, it counts streaming services, it counts web browser ones, and any other things like that you don't even have to install. So somebody could do something like, if they're unhappy with the game, rather than just review bombing it, they could go to like Xbox Game Pass, refresh the page 50 times and charge the devs like $300, or write a script that just refreshes it until the dev's bankrupt, kind of thing. Like, and there was a guy talking about how his let's see if I have it here somewhere. This guy. So he made a freemium game. It made 200K over the first year, and it was installed 3 million times. How that would go is he would owe Unity $560,000, $360,000 more than he made in total on his game. And there's no like cutoff for it except for 200,000 installs or purchases, which is like, that's insane. Like that's nothing for a game that comes out and does well. But once you start getting into higher costs and stuff, or games that get put on like the Unreal Store or PSN or Xbox, where they kind of like subsidize the game's cost and they don't get straight profit out of it, this stuff will kill those companies. It's bananas. And they tried to walk it back a little bit, but that's when they walked it back to saying, "Oh no, sorry, you have to sell over 200,000 game copies first." And I'm just like, no devs are gonna do this. Like, the cost breakdown here is just the nastiest one. It's like, oh yeah, look at this, Unreal. If you make over $1 million, they'll take 5% of your revenue, which is nothing. So you made $1 million, cool, great, costs you nothing. Game Maker, $50 a year. RPG Maker, $25 one time. Unity used to have a similar one to this, but it was worse than Unreal's. But I also don't like Unity because it's kind of like it's easier to like make games without making assets. Yeah, and the Unreal one has always been fair, and it's a really simple, straightforward pay thing. It's like if your game doesn't break the bank, you're not gonna get any money taken from you anyways, other than like taxes and stuff. So, but this one is like the least well thought out thing, and it's what my whole Twitter has been about for the whole last like 20 hours, because I have a lot of game dev guys and reviewers and game media Twitter and stuff like that. This is funny though. I'm gonna just nothing related to that. But Kiara went skydiving, and she wore her two Samantha hats. So but yeah, game dev Twitter is going to hell right now. So
Peanut butter in general.
ugh.
Chewy bacon or crispy crunchy? Crispy.
It's a spicy. Ooh, that's I should probably not look at my Twitter on stream. But yeah, Unity's burning all its goodwill today. Oh shit! Sorry, I had my fucking Twitter up because I thought I was showing you guys it, but I didn't have it on display capture mode. I'm sorry. I was just showing pictures and screenshots, and you couldn't see anything. That's funny. Give me 2 seconds. I'll pull them up properly. That's the dumbest.
Unless it's like just squeezed, you know what I
All
mean?
right, let's see here. Here we go. This one.
Unless it's like just squeezed.
This one. I first saw it this morning when I saw stuff like somebody saying, "Hey, if you buy our games, don't install it. Just don't install it. We'll allow you to pirate it." I was like, "Oh, okay. What the fuck's up with that?" And then I saw a bunch of devs kind of coming out together saying like, "Unity's fucking fucked." Demos will trigger fees too, they said. Mostly won't trigger fees. It's like fucking insane. The craziest like statements I've ever heard from a game company. Like, I don't understand how they're so brain dead about this. Yeah, $0.2 per install over $200,000 with 200,000 installs. Bananas.
I don't know about you, but I like to eat.
They felt the publishers won't want to play their game because yeah, if the publishers say do a deal and say like again PSN or Xbox or something, and they say, hey, we want to put your game on PSN, we'll pay you like a 200,000 licensing cost, and then you can put the game for free on PSN for a month or whatever. The developer or the publisher or the handler will have to pay for it, and they're not going to want to do that. Like it's just baffling in all sorts of ways. Unity just burned its like goodwill of the last couple of years. Consider moving away if you can. Their incentives aren't aligned with you anymore, but don't sweat it if you're working on a project using it. Get out. If you're early, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, hey, if you were just gonna launch a game, you might have just bankrupted yourself. Because it's either gonna cost you several tens of thousands of dollars to rebuild it on Unreal, or you'll just have to eat the cost that Unity might bankrupt you for fun. Yeah. There's been a lot of fun stuff today about it. It's yeah, hard to describe, but it's just like Unity. Genshin was probably the reason they did this in the first place, like because it had something like what 38 million, 140 million installs or something, like crazy numbers. Let's see, Genshin installs. In July alone, it generated 4.5 million downloads. So, let's see. 4.5 million times 2. They owe $900,000 for July alone, just from people installing the game. Like, Genshin's gonna just cancel the game in like 3 months or something. Yeah, and that's why they were being so broad in their terms too, for saying like, hey, we're going to charge streaming services and phones and web browsers and stuff because they want to cover all their bases to make extra money off of these freemium games like that. Like, I can't believe how brazen it is because, like, I think they said there's in January 1st, 2024 is when they're going to enact it. Genshin, you watch December, Genshin comes up, they're like, hey, Genshin's canceled. We're putting out Genshin 2 and it's on Unreal, completely built in Unreal. And then they'll just delete the app off the server. People will go wherever the Genshin ladies are, but they got the money that they could hire up people and rebuild those games on Unreal or a different service really rapidly if they need to. It's just baffling. Like I can't understand their thought process for this. Oh yeah, I mean, Genshin doesn't give a shit. They'll cut and burn if they have to start paying $1 million a month to keep their game on Unreal. Like that's too much. And that's per game too, and like it's abusable. It's not even like a fair process. Like if somebody installs it on their phone, deletes it, reinstalls it, deletes it, reinstalls it, it's like you've cost them more money than other people. Like it's absurd. They're not gonna. Either devs will push back, people will push back. There was an interesting thing too. Let's see, Unity stock price.
I don't know if it's an Asian thing or if it's just like
It didn't drop too much. They like had some really big spikes today, but they've kind of stabilized a little bit. But ugh. It's gonna be a fun week to see what devs say and what game stuff swiftly changes. Like this reminds me of the D&D Beyond service from WotC a couple months ago, where they're like, hey, we own all your fan works forever. This is retroactive. You're unable to do this now. You need to get a license for D&D and we can sell your stuff, charge for your stuff, do whatever we want. And then everybody canceled their D&D Beyond subscriptions, and in like a day they rolled it back. But everybody doesn't trust them anymore, so I'm curious to see how this shakes out for Unity. But I can easily say that Unity has not been my favorite development platform, and I'm happy if it burns to the ground. Like lots of good games come out of it, and there are good devs that do good work on it, but I could care less if it gets fucking trashed. I think the games that do work on there are not very pretty usually, so. And a lot of people that put games out on there tend to use assets from stores rather than making something from scratch. So it's like a platform that allows you to become a good game developer to move off of Unity. Is what I viewed Unity as. So I'm curious to see what happens. Very, very, very curious. I don't want these guys to die again.
Use this to great effect.
I'm feeling all better.
Ghastly grin spreads across his face. Yeah, it's bananas. I can't wait for a lot of, like, I listen to a couple podcasts and I'm really curious to see what they're gonna be like next week. It's gonna be a fun time, to say the least. Can't believe that fucked up on my BP like that, you bitch. Need a basket of pomegranates.
Hang in there.
I owe
It's... Stop it, the damage.
It's my turn now.
Ow. Okay. Didn't try lightning yet. I'll try lightning.
Lightning bolt strike. So that's it.
The sword's weak to elements, okay.
I won't be afraid. I'll end this. Hienka!
Yes. Exactly what I wanted.
I fight for my friends.
Yeah. I feel like Holokyu is one of the lucky ones that even if it was, they could swap it pretty quickly. It probably caused a lot of annoyances, but I feel like they could get out of there if they needed to. Right. Fireball.
Fireball, burn. So that's it.
Auspices of the Fallen. What the fuck is that? Alright, he's got a
Allow
nice
me.
attack.
I've got it.
Nice.
What to do?
So the swords is weak to every element. My last large wind soulstone.
Open book.
Oh, wow.
Comes.
It can't
Oh, that's
be.
it. Okay. Yeah, I think I need the stronger party on that second phase. They have way more weapon attacks, and they can deal with that one easier. Setsuna? Yeah, I gotta give that a go too. Oh, is the M Setsuna a Unity game? I don't think there's... What games do I have that are Unity? Sorry, let me back out and take a look.
What do I have to shoot?
She's doing the golden saucer. The shooting gallery. Okay. Unity games. Cuphead. Oh no. Let's see. Tiger Woods PGA Tour Online. What the fuck? Down. Temple Run? Oh yeah. Oh, Fall Guys? Jeez. Well, Unreal owns that now. They could probably pay them to flip it over. It makes sense that it's a lot of mobile stuff, so... Yeah, Fall Guys 2. Just... It's the same game. It's the Overwatch 2 method of sequels. Just barely change it, import it into a new engine, and call it done. Lucky Root Zero? Actually, I wanted to play that. Other shit I don't care about. Oh, Rust's on Unity? Ew. Broforce. Oof. Rossi Road. Dragon Quest 8? Oh, there's an Android port, I see. Light and Magic, Oddworld. Yeah, Dairy Simulator. Is that even out? Is that game still being made? Or Stone 2, yeah. Fate Grand Order. Yeah, that's one that'll probably need to get done quick. No! Honey Pop? I love Honey Pop. I love fucking puzzle games. Even better when they're spicy puzzle games. Yeah, Ori. A lot of these I don't even recognize. They're either like mobile games or indie games that I just don't remember. Oh, Digimon World? Damn. The Digimon games have been getting pretty good lately too. Overcooked and Oxenfree. Still updating? Probably. I don't know. I don't even give a shit about Yandere Simulator, but it's the running joke is that a lot of games get announced after it, come out before it, even if they have like long dev times and stuff. So, yeah, guys, it's like it was a good idea, and then it just took. It's like bloated, and then he involved himself in a way that he could have just not been a part of it, and it would have been probably popular. Snipper clips. No, that game's cute. Oh shit. I mean, it's not that super popular Switch game, but Beat Saber, Marvel Strike Force, Overcooked 2, Totally Accurate Battleground. Yeah, rough. The Call of Duty mobile game, the Doom Switch port, Mario Kart. A lot less games updated on it. Genshin Impact, Kerbal Space Program 2. I don't think that's even out yet, is it? Just to Steam. Kerbal Space Program.
I can't.
Oh, it is out. Oh, well. It's already got negative reviews. That's shocking. Uh-oh. Oh, it's early access. Okay. Well, they got time to shift to back to a regular game then. Freedom Planet 2? I actually kind of liked Freedom Planet. The like Sonic fan game that got turned into furry but Sonic game. The next Ori game is also coming on there. Goddamn. Rip those games, I guess. Yeah, they also I think they got bought by a company that used to make malware, which is kind of crazy in itself. Like I didn't think that kind of company would have enough money to do actual game purchases and stuff. And then also, I think there was a tweet of the CEO selling 2,000 shares of Unity before the announcement, so that might be an investigation in itself. I already saw a couple devs talking about doing a class action lawsuit too. Like within hours of this happening, so
I wanted to go on this one.
I don't know. They're probably legally allowed to do what they're doing, but I can't imagine many of those games have like strict enough contracts to keep them there in a really strong way. So this will be it'll be fun to see how this shakes out.
Oh, it's a fighting game, I think.
I'm running away from this boss. That second phase kicked my ass too hard. I'm gonna go to let's go to Wars Rush. Okay. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna rejigger my teams. I'll Probably keep the same team because these guys that need to level up, but I'm gonna take a couple other items off and give them the items to get the rare enemies so I can level up a little faster. And then I'll go start the extra stories, but I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. I got water, got this. I have a little cigarette. Pet my cat. I'll be right back. Who's your kitty cat?
I'm variety streamer. Hi, Welcome, baby. We're playing Final Fantasy VII for the first time. Yeah, we're at the arcade right now.
Ready to push my way through this extra story content. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to a couple podcasts next week talking about this and trying to go a little more inside baseball on what the fuck they think happened at Unity. Oh no! Oh man, there's always even more fucking fucked up things coming out of this. Remy Ismail, one of the developers, he's a good developer. If you made 200K on a game and they used Unity, and you did the 50-50 revenue split because that's what the thing they had before for publishers. And you did the bundle for racial equality and justice, which I bought. It gives you 1,000 games that people donated to bring in some stuff for it. It's you end up 60K in debt if you only made $200,000 off of that. That's fucked up. And a lot of those games are indie Unity games. Oh boy.
His mug friend. They're going on a date in the forest. Good nature.
Oh boy. Unity, eh? Yeah. I bet the EA guys don't even make money off of it though. It's probably just that CEO. Bananas. Goofball bananas.
Oh dear.
Whoops.
Unleash your fury.
That's such a cool attack that doesn't do that much damage. I should equip them with the good skills again. Second save will be my diving into the true
Let
story.
the experiment begin. Now then. Rise, fierce blizzard. How weak. study harder.
The fire won't catch.
Well, let's give it another go, Agnia. Every failure brings us one step closer to success, eh?
Right. We just have to keep trying.
I like that even after all their stories, they're just kind of hanging out together.
We've brought firewood, you two.
Thank you so much, Casty.
Be careful. A fire's not worth getting wounded over.
If it's flames you want, I can do it.
Not so fast, partner. How else are we gonna work up a sweat?
If you insist on being so inefficient.
Oswald sounds so cheery now. I guess he got his
back.
revenge, turned his
didn't find any beasts
ex-scholar
lurking
friend
about.
exploding into dust and got his kid back.
But
Wife
we
died,
did
but
find
whatever.
this water. Goodness, physical labor has never really agreed with me.
There's nothing like a good meal after a hard day's work, Temenos.
Speaking of which, I wonder how the hunters are faring.
Heave! Heave! Ta-da! It's not a feast without a main course.
Feast? This is enough meat for a butcher shop.
I didn't think hunting would be so much fun.
You've got the stuff that great hunters are made of, Throne.
Ochette would know.
Oh, are you retiring from the cleaning business, Throne?
Quiet, detective. Well then, I believe that's most everything. All that remains is...
This fuzz out of my nose.
Everyone's counting on us to light up their evening. It's time to get serious, Particio.
Right you are, Agnia.
Come on, Fire. You can do it.
We'll show this pile of sticks who's boss.
Hey, fire.
There we go.
This will be a night to remember.
I think you might be right.
Now we feast.
This is... nice. This isn't where I imagined my journey would take me. I know what you mean.
That's what makes journeys worth taking. You never know where you'll end up.
Oh, what's wrong? Are you cold?
Doubtless someone in Ku is gossiping about you at this very moment.
Perhaps they miss me as much as I miss them. My friends back home. I've learned much in our travels, and I hope I can use it to help my friends and nation.
Oh, what the
I know
fuck's
you
in
will,
my nose
Hikari.
again?
And everyone's lives will be brighter for it. Even after
this journey ends. I'm going to keep on dancing around the world until I can dance no more.
Mind if I tag along? With Particio and Rock backing us,
In the dungeon.
we can hop on the steam locomotive and bring smiles to every corner of the world.
That sounds amazing.
Today we will find out what happens at the gold stage.
With one of those, you could save your feet for the important part, dancing. And I could extend a helping hand to places I've never even dreamt of.
Will you keep on with Air's apothecaries, Casti?
I want to resume my search for like-minded allies.
Now that's a dream I can get behind.
Yeah, me too.
I'm afraid there's one problem with this plan of yours. If you consider how many people there are in this world, then...
There's no room for logic in the realm of dreams, Professor.
Duly noted.
What'll you do, Oswald?
I have some unfinished business to conclude. There are many answers that have yet to be found.
Is that so? It's writ plain on your face. You're worried about your daughter.
There's one answer found.
And what of you, Tamanos? Have you found yours?
There's definitely a lot of threads
It's like a
of
piece of
story
meat
that got
stuck in between my
left
teeth.
behind in a couple other different ones, like
I know what you mean. I
Throne,
hate
Ochette, Oswald, and
something's still
Temenos had the
troubling you, in
most
other words?
unfinished stories.
Precisely.
But Agnia, Particio,
Your days as a detective aren't over
Casti,
yet,
and
then.
Hikari are just like, we're good.
I'm here if you need an assistant. Assuming you can afford me, that is.
My goodness. You're awfully greedy for an assistant. Even if I said yes, I'm sure you have your own path in mind.
I do. I want to go somewhere far away. To a place that isn't on any map. A place no one knows about.
A place none have laid eyes upon.
You all have such big hopes and dreams. I just want to feast every day. And to keep the people of Totohaha safe, of course. Should I be aiming higher?
Ah, seems like you've got some meat stuck in your teeth.
Don't worry, Ochette. That's a fine dream.
I suppose it is. Look! A shooting star!
Good view.
I wonder what tomorrow will bring.
Let me guess. There will be no daylight after this. It just doesn't have sun after. Uh-oh.
Enjoy all your stay.
Flame somewhere has gone out.
Wait, it doesn't even show me the room. That's so sad.
There are temples around that I didn't go to that had these flames in them.
This really is a scam. Real life scam. I should wonder where.
Oh. My weak team fought that second boss. I broke a couple of his pieces. but then he hit me with an attack that did like 1,000, 3 or 4 times in a row. Killed them. Their auto revive came back on, and then he killed them again. And I was like, okay, all right, enough of that. I definitely can't beat the second part with my weaker team. My weaker team could probably beat the first part though. I think with a couple levels and the better equipment. So I'll do the main story. I'll probably do the first chapter today, and then I'll probably call it because it's already getting late. And then I'll resume tomorrow pretty early.
Just what was that?
But I'm glad there is some tying up of all the little spooky loose ends that I could see in the main story. So.
I had an odd dream.
And I will beat that super boss. But
There was a dark place.
when they're all
Completely unfamiliar.
85
And a dark fire
levels
was
or higher.
amazing.
I saw the same thing.
Wait. Are you yanking my chain? I saw it too.
We all had the same dream. Could it be a coincidence?
I very much doubt that.
I feel as if I've seen that place somewhere before.
Huh, I slept like a baby full of milk, though. Huh. Is it still night?
Go here or the chocobo race?
Strange. Dawn should be upon us soon.
Never-ending night. And that
should
strange
patrol the
shit
area.
where I was showed up at Totahaha and there was like fucking shadow monsters with no
I can
music.
barely see a
Spooky
thing.
as hell.
The stars. They're all gone.
Oh
The
shit,
sky
that's
is
ominous.
pitch black.
Something is amiss. This is no natural nightfall.
Oh, Chet?
I felt this. It's just like before. On your guard, everyone!
Something's coming, and it isn't friendly.
It's here.
I ask, you answer.
Oh, it is the spooky monsters. Okay.
Here goes. Don't underestimate me. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Arrow of fortune.
Right. Here's how a kite does it.
Oh dear.
Not too tight.
How's that for you?
Magia Stigma. Very effective.
Thank you kindly.
Right. Here's how a kite does it.
The silence is kind of spooky.
What was that?
Casty and I have seen beasts like that before.
At the time, we had no idea what they were. Their nature.
I've seen them too. The black aura resembles the one true magic wielded by Harvey. He called it the Shadow.
A shadow. What is it?
I cannot say for certain. Not now, in any case.
Mysterious monsters. Just what we need.
We know next to nothing of this phenomenon. Not even the extent of its reach.
Does this shroud cover only this forest? Or is it much larger?
Nothing for it but to check for ourselves.
On that, I agree.
Well, we need to do something.
Unfortunately, we lack the information to know just what that something is.
I've caught a foul scent. Let's stick together for a while longer. The food will spoil if we stand around like a bunch of frightened deer.
Eternal night has descended upon the world. Travelers set out on a final journey to find the cause. Destination will not be shown on the radar. Search for clues and find medic. Okay. Change your formation anytime for the main menu. Hell yeah. Cool. Travel banter. Wait a little while and the sun's light rising. What the world's going on? I don't know, but it's nothing good, that's for sure. Strange monsters earlier were a product of this darkness, then we must figure out what the cause of this long night, and soon. Couldn't agree more. First we must search for clues. Now you're talking. Where do we start? Come on now, you must have some idea, right? Why don't I look for places like this one? What do you mean? Other areas shrouded in the shadow. There are more? Can't say for sure, but it's the only heading we have. Fair point, this standing will get us nowhere. Start by searching the other places blanketed in darkness. Time to hit the dusty trail once again. Hell yeah. Let me switch my team. I'll fix the skills of these guys. They're still set up the way they were from or still fast travel. There's no clear hints anywhere about the state of the world though, but
Shall we?
gooey shadow monsters.
My prey awaits.
Can't tame any of these monsters either.
Here's how a kite does it. All right.
I'm just getting warmed up. I got more grit than I... How's that?
Oh dear. Blaze on, oh sacred flame. That's that.
Thinking time.
Reduce them to ash.
You're finished. I've seen worse methods.
Not bad EXP. I can't change day or night anymore. Interesting. Keep save 2 is my eternal night save.
Very well. Blaze on, oh sacred flame.
Oh, fuck off.
I'm just getting warmed up.
I don't know. I'm not.
Thinking time. Magia Stigma. You're finished.
Many thanks.
I've seen worse methods.
I just let them do it. Oh my god.
Hunt or be hunted.
Yeehaw! I got more grit than I can handle. Coming right at you.
Nice. Stop it.
To work.
Stop with your cursing shit.
Blaze on, O sacred flame. That's that.
Here we go.
3, 6, or 5, or
Huh? Here's how a hunter does it. Now let's grab some food.
Where the fuck am I going?
Yeehaw! Catapult, go, go, go! Ooh-wee.
2 and 5.
Let's go. Here's how a hunter does it. I'm hungry.
Check out the town nearby first. See what the fuck's happening.
5 and 2 to it. I featured 5 and 3 of my set.
Do be gentle.
Oh, some real monsters.
Here goes. I got more grit than I can handle. Yeehaw! Let's do it! Catapult, go, go, go! Maybe next time.
Okay. Maybe the one with more stamina.
Curious how the status of cities and people changed it with eternal night, essentially.
Yeehaw!
I definitely
Catapult, go, go, go! Ooh-wee.
I'm gonna do one.
Time to divvy up the earnings.
Okay, chat, you choose. You choose one. This is number 1. Okay, this is number 1.
I suggest you get out of my way.
The music is spooky.
3,
Let's go.
4.
Here's how a hunter does it. Oh, damn. Ow!
2, 6. Okay. Two, baby.
You can only use night actions. Huh?
2, 3, 4. Okay. Alright. Let's go. Alright. I'm doing
No sound at all is spooky as fuck.
I'm only doing 3. I forgot what I even bet on.
It's working, it's really working. What the fuck?
I don't even remember who I bet on.
I'll take.
I'll put a curse on you. Uh-oh.
I like
This lady,
my
some
odds.
evil lady.
I chose 1 and 6.
Thinking time. You're finished. I gained
One hit with
valuable
the staff.
insight.
The fuck is this lady?
Or would?
Time for some questioning.
Somewhere. How does it work? You have to guess first place and second place.
Very well.
And you get a prize.
This won't do. Oh dear. This isn't ideal. So sorry. Where? I won't take that. Now die.
Yeah. One bonk with the stick and got dusted. She spends every night muttering to herself. The general consensus is that she's trying to curse someone. Her self-taught cursing technique may not be effective, but her feelings are deep and dark. Forest of the Leaflands. Huh. Okay.
But you can also see like their speed and stuff. 5 and 6.
Food will get cold. Nobody's got really anything interesting to say just yet.
I was busted, bro.
Trying to think of places in the story that I encountered those shadow stuff.
Try again.
I'm just getting all in a day's work.
You know what I should be turning on? They also have EXP skills. He doesn't need full power. Polar monsters. Extra EXP. Okay.
Learning languages. If you lose, you lose all your points like the free whether or not you fight.
Out of my way.
Gold salsa.
Fucking rabbit looking foxes.
Bring it on.
Decide what
Don't underestimate. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go! Do it!
65
Time to
pounds.
divvy up the earnings.
Oh my god.
Out of my way.
Oh man.
Yeehaw! I got more grit now. Catapult, go, go, go!
Game's got like a
All
much
in a day's
meaner
work.
feel to it when it's got no music. Sinister. Oh, there's a bunch of deer hanging out there in the forest. Doing their deers. Fighting.
Do be gentle.
Particio
Very
is so
well.
fast because of his
Blaze on.
person equipment gives him a lot of
That's how it's
speed.
done. Fighting is not what I do.
Who's the most powerful on my team?
Speaking of that, does he have curses everything? Field curses armor, curses helm, lost tribe, lost tribe, lost tribe, and serpent slayer. No octopuffs yet, or Kates. There. Can I still fast travel? Hmm. Definitely nothing here then. Where is a place that I saw spooky dark shit? Well, it's definitely that one. The Dusk Moon Shrine. Where the... Wait. Yeah, both of these had spooky cult shit going on.
It might be Tifa. No, it can't be because Tifa has gremlins.
What the fuck? You moon cultists have any idea what's going on?
Hand it. I like my odds. Now then. This wasn't in my calculations.
This fancy ass staff she's got. They can stare.
I need a plan. A week. I've seen worse methods.
Oh, petrify.
A worthwhile. Hand it over. I like my odds. Now then. Poor aim. I need a plan. Very effective. Try again. Feel my wrath. And done. I've gained valuable insight.
Well.
A worthwhile endeavor.
Nothing obvious still. I used to remember there was like a creepy girl here that I could swear was a fucking ghost.
Ooh. 9 seconds. Do I leave? Oh my
Definitely a
God.
hell cultist down here too. Whoops. Maybe that was the other area, not this area.
Should I go? Should I go?
City, I should say.
Oh man.
Wait, no, it was. Oh, yeah, it is over here. I just have to go around. I'm stupid. But there's no ladder. What happened?
Oh, I put the petrify end. Tissue for my tears. Oh no.
Off to the Dusk Moon Shrine, or the Fell Sun Shrine, or whatever. Oh, that danger level went up, so. Like I found another shadow area. The spooky music came
Out of
back.
my way.
Here we go.
I'm just getting warmed up. Don't underestimate me. Catapult, go, go, go!
Where was I? Blaze on, O sacred flame.
Magia Stigma. You're finished. Study harder.
Yeah! Level up. Woo.
Shall we?
Now then. Magia Stigma.
I owe you.
Don't underestimate. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go!
Can you let me borrow this?
All in a day's work.
Since you've been good to me in the past, I can let you have it on one go. What do I gotta do?
Hey, a customer.
Is their gear affect their looks? A little bit.
I'm just
So the
getting
weapons
warmed
they
up.
have will change based on what gear they have, but the class they have changes their looks for the most part. So he's got the Inventor class, that's why he's got the weird top hat and stuff. And that gives him obviously a bunch of the new skills and stuff he's got,
Go, go,
but
go!
his specific stuff he's using here is part of the Inventor class.
Maybe
So
next time.
if he changes to the job thing, once I'm out of here, I'll show you.
Eris have this?
He's the arms master right now, so she's got the like war god armor. That's her inventor look. Warrior, cleric, dancer, merchant, scholar, thief, apothecary, and a regular hunter, the conjurer, and the arcanist. But the funny thing to me is that if you a lot of them have different hats based on what their personalities are like, and if they all turn into a hunter, they get cat ears and cattail. And yeah, dumb hats depending on which class they're choosing. And some of the guys have told me about it before too. If they're a dancer class, like she normally is, one of her moves is called like invigorate, and she'll like flip her skirts at the team to make them like hyped up. But if it's the guy, he'll turn around and like rip his shirt open when they're the dancer class. But yeah, their looks are all based. They're all kind of unique usually. Like he's got more of like a trench coat look than some of the girls get, where it's like a button-up shirt. Drone's got a leg out most of the time. But yeah, the cat ears and cattail one is pretty good too. Oh no, not like weekly goal. Fuck that. I'm not that in shape yet. When I start streams in the day, I do usually about 50, not just push-ups, but like push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. But anybody that follows can add their choice on, and I'll do it that stream. So if you follow, I do 10 of your choice, and it's mostly just a motivation for me to do some extra exercise that I haven't been keeping up with as much since I moved to Montreal. So, but yeah, that I still can't quite do 50 because like I put on a lot of weight when I moved to Montreal here. Like I'm like 275 right now. So I'll usually do 20 push-ups, and then I'll do 10 sit-ups, and then I'll do 20 squats. But if 5 people followed me and asked for 50 push-ups, then I'd do 50 push-ups. I'd probably just have to like do 5 and like give my arms a second, and then do 5 more, and then keep going. So I could definitely do 50 before I'm like burnt out in the arms. But I can only do about 20 before I'm like, I need to take a rest, because I'm still pretty hefty and I haven't quite got back my fitness that I used to have. So, but I've been streaming really late lately, so I haven't done as many on stream because I keep starting at like 10 or 11 at night. So yeah, I can do 20 or so, and then I get kind of sore right about here, but it's not so bad that it stops me. And then after 30 and 40, I'm kind of doing maybe 4 or 5, and I'm like struggling, so I gotta like stop, and then I can do 4 or 5 more. But I used to be able to do quite a lot, and I used to be in pretty good shape, so it's not really too bad, but I gotta work my way back up. Ideally, it'd be really fun to do like 100 every start of the stream and just get back to that, but I'm not there yet. I got 75 more pounds to lose, and then I could probably do it okay. I also really want to get a pull-up rack. Like, I have one in the gym in my building here, but I don't have one in the room here. And I love doing pull-ups. Even with as heavy as I am right now, it's still good exercise, and I can do them pretty decently, so... Yeah. My apartment is small, so I could get one and just set it up on my cat tree here. And then it wouldn't be too bad. You watching me put it in. Yeah, if people follow and they specify what they want to do, I'll do something for it. Oh yeah, the leg lifts. Yeah, I used to have like back home my dad's place. He used to be like a weightlifter, like a casual amateur weightlifter, and he built a pretty good exercise place in our garage. He welded a bunch of machines together, added some of his own stuff, so we had a really good setup there. And we had rings in our house at the bottom of the stairs, so you could, like, when we were young, we would jump from the stairs and grab the rings, and then we would just, you know, eventually we got into doing real exercises from them, pull-ups and hanging from them and stuff. And we had the gravity boots, the ones you strap around your ankles, and then you could hook the hooks onto the rings to do like inverted sit-ups and stuff. So it was fun. It was nice to have stuff available to do exercise with, and then I have nothing at my own place currently. So, but I need to keep some exercise in my daily life rather than just the walking around and biking and stuff. So distance bands, I got a couple. But not like a good selection of them. I got like my bag of exercise stuff here. Basic bands, ab rollers, skipping ropes, and my weighted vests and stuff too. So. And Montreal's a great place to bike around a lot in too, but yeah, anytime I can insert some exercise into my routine is just some extra stuff I appreciate. And it's a good motivation for me too. If I ever get to the point where I'm at like 1,000 followers, I'll have to do 10,000 push-ups over the course of a bunch of streams, and I'm cool with that, so. Yeah, I wouldn't do it in one stream though, but if I suddenly got super popular randomly and like 10,000 people followed me, I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna do 100 push-ups today, and then I'm gonna call stream. I'll come back on and I'll do 100 at the start and go from there. But it's more like a cumulative goal that I'd like to keep increasing. And try to maintain doing it over time. Like I want to do more IRL streams too, so like I do a lot of walking around and biking streams when I can. So
very well.
I like excuses to do good exercise.
Thinking time. Magia stigma.
That'd be great if that was a possibility out of it. I'd totally do it. And I probably got a ways to go to catch up to somebody like Hassan. He's a fucking monster. Considerably less well blessed in the physical department compared to him. Ooh. Journal fragment. I did it, diary. I finally got hired as scrivener, and for the dust of times, too. All the world's information flows through a newspaper, a river of facts alongside a paper water wheel. And this procession of scoop, scoop, scoop. As a journalist, I'll dash about The world investigating, uncovering, and breaking news. What better way for me to carry out my mission? I thought about this a lot, and everyone has some fact they're hiding. Vast sums of knowledge locked in noggins the world over, but how to crack open those repositories and acquire the tasty secrets within. That's the rub, of course. As I am now, I doubt I have the dexterity to pick any of those cranial locks. I was raised in isolation, away, always out of the loop, hiding quietly in the outskirts of society. It's a positive way to spend that, though. I spent all that time I wasn't talking to people, observing them. What I learned. People let the guard down are cute little animals. A scowling guard captain will play cuddly coo with an adorable puppy, and soon confess all his gripes to the precious thing, and so I will become the puppy. I'll wag my little doggy tail, act the part of the friendly little non-threatening furball, and slide right into people's confidences. My brother may be the soaring eagle with his bird's eye view, but I'll be a sharp-eyed hound, keeping my nose to the ground, sniffing out every last detail I can find. Okay. That's weird.
Out of my way.
Oh, there's lots of clues here. Okay.
I need a plan. Magia
Very
Steve.
football.
I am in your debt.
Bring it on. I got more grit than I can. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go!
The weakness.
All in a day's work.
Journal fragment 2. Meldus' memory is crimson, a spray of bright red droplets and a harrowing scream, a crowd fleeing in all directions, and enemy soldiers mercilessly cutting down innocents. Some of them even laughed as they did it. Amidst this I was a stone. Still in my tender years I neither cried nor wept nor cowered, but merely watched the chaos unfold. Being raised in a war-torn land does things to an impressionable mind, and I suppose something had already broken inside me. I would have died that day, cut down like the rest were it not for my brother. His cunning carved a path for us out of that hellish place. My brother is brilliant, so much so that the enemy king spared him if he would serve. Yet despite his genius, despite how shrewd the plans he proposed were, their attempts were always their attempts to avoid bloodshed, the blood always flowed. Humans steal, they kill, they take, and they take, and they take. Lives, possessions, land, it's the state of our nature, a simple fact of our existence. My brother and I have seen so much together, we've both reached the same conclusion. The world doesn't deserve to see another dawn. The life of man is nasty, brutish, and ugly. Why not make it short? So I only met one Scrivener, and it was the little girl. I can't remember her goddamn name, though. But I also read the Oboro Journal and Dancer's Journal. Oh yeah, that's the Dulcinea's Journal. Correct. And that girl who got killed in the creepy mansion. Yeah, that was dark. But I don't know anybody named Oboro. But I did meet the Scrivener girl. Oh, you said British. Yeah, those damn British. They're the worst war criminals. Not really that wrong, to be honest, though. I'll take myself puffers. I forgot about these today. Oh shit, they talked about Hikari in this journal too. I need her on our side. I need you to convince her that's a good idea. Although, the fact that she's talking about how he was brilliant and he was adopted into Ku makes me think Oboro is maybe the Because she also said he was an eagle too, and that other guy that was referred to as the Eagle of Ku, I can't remember his goddamn name now though. But he's the strategist guy that Hikari worked with. I'm suspicious of them now. Come here, Kuyo. Come here, kitty cat. What you want, huh? What you want? Pets? Cuddles? What is it? Oh, that's happy purrs. Happy purrs, kitty cat. Oh, sure. My brother's face was flushed as he handed me the letter addressed to Raime. Perhaps he'd been in his cups. Didn't need to ask him why he'd be celebrating. The fundraising in Montwise was going swimmingly. Oh, it totally is him! Oh, no! Oh, sure. He's the key to everything in Ku, and if our machinations go according to plan, my brother will get what he's after. Without Hikari has a clue to who I am, another tactic proposed by my brother dearest. No prior familiarity with me will help move things along down the line, but Hikari doesn't know anything about me. I certainly know a lot about him. Oh, she's fucking evil. Hikari has another side to him, a second personality, and my brother says... Cat hair, goddammit. Born from his family's cursed lineage. Somewhere in the past, the clan Ku's blood mingled with that of the infamous Archmage Darkest, sparking a history of war and sacrifice. A more odious bloodline? I do not know. Oh, sure. Cleo. Oh, it's a good kitty. Yeah, you like the scratches? Happy. I passed Hikari in the street. For a moment, I felt as if our eyes met. His gaze was steady and true, just as it was when he was a boy. How that had that bright spark in his eyes not dimmed over time. He had seen the same horrors I had, been through the same terrible war. Yeah, you're sweet, Cleo. For the cuddles. You have to defuzz my shirt because of you, so... Let me... That hair off. Kind of lucked out going here. It's bad. Hikari was captured before I had the chance to deliver my brother's letter to Raime. If Hikari is killed, it will ruin everything and we'll have to start over from scratch. Clan May calls the fortress of Stormhail its home, the coldest place in Solistia, and I hate it. Time is of the essence, yet this frigid blizzard is battering me like a leaf in the wind. If only I could take 2 steps back without being blown 3 back. By the time I finally reached Stormhail, Hikari had already been released. I'm going to assume he managed to sway Raime on his own. Handed my overdue missive to one of Raime's retainers and quickly put that chilly place behind me. Oswald is sentenced to life imprisonment. Took me a moment to process the judge's verdict. I blinked, doubting my ears. Well, what was going on here? He was supposed to be executed, wasn't he? Ran as fast as I could to find Harvey. Oh, she's so evil. No! I'm gonna kill that little newspaper girl. And the Eagle of Ku, he's gonna get fucked too. Should have known that swine had stuffed leaves into the judge's pocket to bribe him to that decision. Why? I want him to see the power of my perfected magic. That's his reason, the blighted fool. Pride. Worthless pride. We need the Book of Demons complete. Oh, yeah. What if Oswald somehow finds a way to interfere? When I gave my report to my brother, he simply said, just watch the spectacle unfold. Harvey. Apparently, my brother had already taken Harvey's massive ego into account when he made his contract with the man. If that's the case, then I suppose this isn't a problem after all. Regardless, I should hurry and gather what information I can about Frigid Isle. I really lucked out during the place here.
To work. Blaze on, O sacred flame.
Right. Time's
Yeehaw!
Oh, that axe is crazy
Time
looking.
to divvy up the earnings.
Lost tribe weapons are bananas. Almost fragment 7. Harvey has left for Duskmoon Shrine. The reins of Archmage Darkest will provide the final piece that Harvey needs. The Book of Demons will soon be complete. I found a nice cozy place to conceal myself. And sure enough, Oswald showed up. Just as predicted, the two fought it out and I was able to retrieve the Book of Demons in the wake of their battle. I was one surprised, however, Harvey escaped alive. I did not know that. What was that bright flash of magic? A glimpse of force that made dwarf even the Book of Demons? That girl. Does she have some special power within her? No, they're going after his daughter again? Oh, fuck these guys. Sealed myself among the chattering students and slipped into Harvey's lecture. The Book of Demons is nearly complete, so he was in a jovial mood. When I saw my chance, I gave Harvey the news. Oswald had tried to escape for Isle and died in the attempt. I thought the news would throw his high spirits off a cliff, but instead he just started giggling. It was creepy. When he finally settled down, he merely said, "I need to prepare for my guest's arrival," and vanished back into his laboratory, humming. It's got fucking cat hair sticking to my cheeks. Vanished back into his laboratory, humming cheerfully all the while. It's like he thinks Oswald is alive. Oswald entrusted the girl Elena to his assistant before going off on a journey. Like Alpates, the blood of the Lumina family runs in Elena's veins. Need to continue monitoring her to watch for suspicious signs. She killed Alpates? Fuck. Day after day, Elena sits at her desk and pours herself into her studies. A diligent girl, I suppose, but I'm curious as to why her brow sometimes wrinkles. She cradles her head in her hands. Still, her eyes are bright, and her gaze seemingly set on some happy goal far off in the distance. A marked difference from when I saw her in Harvey's company. There was only worry and fear in her eyes then. My heart nearly leapt out of my throat when I heard that the assistant's voice suddenly rang out. "Can I help you, miss?" I immediately turned and tried to distract and disassemble with my tried and true cover story. "Can I interest you in a newspaper subscription?" She smiled then, eyes warm, but I sensed the keen suspicion burning deep within those friendly eyes. I will not underestimate her again. No one else has ever noticed me when I didn't want to be found. I'll need to abandon my surveillance. Too risky. But I've seen nothing suspect in the time that I've watched Elena. Might as well move on to more important matters. I gotta fucking kill this bitch. I don't like them being rule to my completed stories. Here I am in Canalbrine. Word is that I can find someone who has the lost pages of the Book of Night, the original manuscript. Caldena, captain of the Sacred Guard, seems to be moving as Arcanet predicted and assembling those pages. Who is Arcanet? There's a potential problem, however. A nosy inquisitor named Temenos seems to have caught wind of all of this. Arcanet has her eye on him, but I can only pray he doesn't... Arcanet. That seems like a new name. But somebody that watched Temenos. Oh no, is it the fucking green-haired girl, Mint? His assistant? Yo, don't be that. Stop it. Don't be a little rat. Don't be troublesome. Need to be careful not to draw his attention. Good Night is close to being fully restored. Once it is, I'll need to move quickly to retrieve it and fulfill my mission. Allying myself with Arcanet was merely the easiest means to that end. My brother did tell me to be wary of her, however. He was quite forceful about it. I wonder why. Oh my god, there's everything is here. Holy shit. Well, what do you want, Cleo? I'm not lifting you up. Jump. Elena, captain of the Sacred Guard, is driven by a lust for vengeance. To achieve that end, she seeks to make the power of the shadow her own. And with the restored Book of Night in hand, she set out for the Twilight Shrine. Her naive dream of avenging her people will never become reality. Why, you ask, dear Dyer? Because the right of Arcanet taught her is purposely flawed. Oh, that's why she turned into a monster. But there I was, hiding in the shadows of the Twilight Shrine and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Lo and behold, Caldena's right went awry. Fuck this. See the hair, like, sticking to my nose. There I was hiding in the shadows of the Twilight Shrine and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Lo and behold, Caldena's right went awry and she transformed into a most hideous form. No one told me I have to deal with some horrible monster. This is above my pay grade. Luckily, I had no need to fear that Tamanos showed up and handled Caldana problem for me. I suppose Arcanet was behind his well-timed arrival. What a puppet master, bravo. Finally understand why my brother warned me to keep an eye on her. Slipped down to the ritual site after Tamanos made his exit and retrieved the Book of Night. All that's left is to combine it with the Book of the Demons. We'll be able to complete the Dark Blood Grimoire. Here I am, grand old Timbre, just in time for the coronation ceremony. Word on the street is that an apothecary named Trousseau is going to reign on the parade with a storm infused with shadow energy. His goal, and I quote, is to extend a hand to save all in need. What a nice notion. Let's rewind the clock. It was 1 year ago that Trousseau lost hope in the future and started down this path. He was out gathering medicinal herbs when he stumbled into Lost Seed. There he met Claude, who gave him the Book of Night. Oh, Claude was disappointed with the encounter, it seems. He had swayed Trousseau to his side, but couldn't persuade an apothecary in the man's company. With a regretful sigh, he told me that his other apothecary's eyes were filled with a motherly strength and deep wells of kindness that belied a fierce sense of determination. What's her name again? Yes, Casti. She stopped Trousseau, saw the people of Timber into safety, and even dealt with the poison rain. As if that wasn't enough, she also managed to mix up medicine that can combat the shadow on the spot. Claude's intuition was right. Casti is someone to keep an eye on. My brother will need to know that we have another dangerous potential wrench in our plans. Met a merchant today in Clockbank, an honest fellow with the laughing eyes named Porticia. He's boasted that he'll rustle up 80 billion leaves and buy the rights to the steam engine from its current owner, Mr. Rock. Oh, it's totally her. I can't remember her goddamn name, though. The little scrivener girl. I'm gonna break her goddamn legs. And then he'll give the technology away to everyone. When pressed on why, he said things like this should be shared with the world. Particio confuses me. I can borrow that ruthless Rock's words. It is human nature to take from others and give unto oneself. Despite his noble declarations, I'm sure Particio will prove himself no different from the other slime. Greed and self-interest will win out in the end. They always do. Still, I'm vaguely curious as to how his story will play out. I'll follow this Particio, though. I'll keep my expectations low. I'll keep my expectations low. Placing your faith in the others only gets you betrayed in the end.
Ready to be prey?
I'm just getting warmed up.
Troublesome.
I got more grit than I can handle.
Hey, wait. Why'd you want to be such a trouble cat today? You always go for the same things, too. Tries to get up on the shelves and get into bad spots. She knows I'm watching her, so she...
Yeehaw! Let's do it!
She's doing it for my
Catapult,
attention.
go, go, go.
Oh, my nose is getting runny from the cat fuzz.
Magia Stigma. You're finished.
Mr. Oswald,
Study
thank
hard.
you kindly.
My brother made a deal with Harvey. Craft the Book of Demons, an evil tome said to be imbued with the magic of Rarcast himself. Why, you ask, dear diary? Because we need it to restore the Dark Blood Grimoire. The rub here is that neither my brilliant brother nor even Claude knows how to make this tomb. Thus, the need for Harvey. The one thing my brother does know is that the remains of Darkest are a key component. When I shared the vital tidbit, Harvey smiled. That's all I needed. It sounds like he was already ready most of the way there. He's a valuable asset, so we'll do everything we can to assist him. Harvey has an unhealthy obsession with a scholar named Oswald. Let's call it what it is, a severe inferiority complex. Harvey told me he'd gladly give up the Dawn if it meant he could best that man. We let Harvey read the Book of Night in order to pull him into our intrigues. But honestly, I think it wasn't necessary. That bottomless well of envy in his gut, properly maintained, would have likely been motivation enough. Besides, I don't trust him. No normal person can fathom that twisted mind of his. Ugh, gonna blow my nose again. What the fuck? So she has gone and done it. He has gone and done it. He humbled Rock and actually wrested the rights to the steam engine from that greedy tycoon. So it's nothing to compare what he did compared to what he did next. He actually gave it away, just as he said he would. Things like this should be shared with the whole world. He lived up to it, that grandiose statement, and then some. Sorry, I can barely read this without my glasses, so. The heat of his passion even melted Rock's icy heart, and I didn't think that the desert sun was hot enough to do that. Taking a step back, what Particio did is impossible, unimaginable, inconceivable. It's kind of funny that his Particio story had the least, like, spooky overtones in it the way that the rest of this stuff did. But his might have had the most impact on them. I've observed countless people in my time and to date, every one of them is motivated by varying degrees by self-interest. People are always willing to step on others to achieve their own interests, but Particio, is he truly different? Is he someone who can at last transform this dark, ugly world into something wonderful? What do you think, brother? It'd be nice if she turned against her brother, then I wouldn't have to kill her. Welcome to my humble castle. That's how he greeted me when I arrived in Lost Seed before he took me on a casual stroll through that rotting mausoleum of a town. I struggled not to gag on the stench of death and decay, all the while him smiling and breathing deep as if taking in the airs of a tranquil mountain meadow. The ghastly man's name is Claude. He is the descendant of the infamous Archmage Darkest. It is said that his notorious grandfather gave him a taste of the blood of the malevolent god of darkness, Vide. Frighteningly enough, while he was still in the womb. As a result, the man is blessed with eternal youth. With the blood of Darkest and Vide within his veins, Claude's fate was to become the Dark God's vessel, and yet he rejected this destiny and instead chose to pass that honor to his offspring. For our part, we don't care who the vessel is, just that we have one. Claude, however, seems to have preferences in the matter. Preferences. Ah! The man sired countless children with countless women, set his progeny at each other's throats. To the bloody victor goes the ultimate spoils. I shivered as he looked me up and down, his eyes seeming to pierce my very soul, as if he was seeking to plant a murderous seed inside me too. When he handed me the Darkblood staff, he told me that the woman who stole it for him has a lot of potential. His words, my purpose in the Lost Seed fulfilled. I hurried out of there. Can't wait to hand the staff over to Arcanet and let her handle the cathedral's sacred flame. Oh, it's totally Mint. It's totally the Scrivener girl and fucking the Eagle of Ku. Dear Dire, I met with Petrichor, the woman known as the Dark Hunter. Oh, okay. So I didn't meet the Dark Hunter, but there was lots of stories about her. I'd introduced her to Professor Harvey several years ago at Arcanet's request. She was talkative today and had this to say. I met Arcanet when I was young, and it was then that I swore myself to her service. Ever since I have hunted for her and her alone, even slaying the legendary monster known as the Guardian of the First Flame at her behest. Sometimes I hunted people too, like the time I came to possess the Darkblood bow. Once again, my lady has use of me, and so I shall gladly obey. I nodded along, and when she was finished, she showed me a monster. This beast, which she had captured on Totohaha, looked out at me with eyes filled with loathing for all that had walked on this earth. I asked her what it was. She told me it was the years of brutal conditioning and a healthy dose of Harvey's science for good measure. Oh, she turned Achet's other friend into the monster. Result, an abomination crafted through repeated and horrifying experiments. I nodded again. A soul this steeped in despair would surely prove to be a great source of power. Seems that leaving the flame of Totohaha in her care should prove no issue. Who the fuck is that? don't think I saw anybody there that was like a hunter.
Oh yeah. About the Temple of the Ancients.
Oh, the statues are glowing.
Chat, I just want you to
Can't believe it. How did Particio turn that economic desert of a town to a hopping commercial hub? The business idea of his was inspired, I must admit. That watching Alron's department store come to life woke something in me, warm inside me. Told Particio that the world's filled with people groaning under the weight of 1,000 problems. It's fresh ideas like this that bring a rare ray of joy into troubled lives. For once, I really truly meant what I said. I should never have poured my heart out like that in public. Suppose my declaration was proof that he's cracked my emotional defenses and convinced me to gasp believe in him. Hello, Kaleo. What you doing, cutie? By defense, he's really something else. Before I knew it, I was promising to help. Truth is, I'm excited to see what magical pull out of his Particio hat next. Guess what, dear diary? This is the first time I've ever helped someone for something that wasn't directly related to my mission. Let me stop for a moment and also appreciate the fact that he convinced the Elrond to invest 80 billion leaves in him. 80 billion. The question is, will Particio prove to be a man of integrity? Will he really use those leaves to help the world, not just to line his own pockets? Just a little bit longer, only a little bit, mind. I find myself needing to see what he does next. Ithelgin the traitor, there are words carved into his base. O inheritors of our will, let the mirror shine and kindle a fire in your heart to chase away the darkness. Such you have Elefan, the Scholar King. Okay, so I have to go find at least 4 temples like this that have all of the gods' stuff in them to find all the clues to solve this, I guess. O inheritors of our will, let the mirror shine and kindle a fire into your heart to chase away the darkness. Second flame has been doused. Perhaps it can be rekindled or something.
The hunt is on! Let's go!
Oh dear. Blaze on, oh sacred flame. That's how it's done.
Bring it on. I got more. Yeehaw! Let's do it. All right. All in a day's work.
You call him Glide. I'm sorry, I don't know how to replay it. I don't know which one it was. I don't know which one it is. Hunt or be hunted! Is it a channel quick redeem or is it a sound alert?
Magia Stigma.
Yeehaw! Don't underestimate me. Catapult, go, go, go! Time to divvy up the earnings.
So if there's 8 counterparts to them, Rock was the traitor, but he wasn't evil. Harvey was the scholar, and he was fucking evil. And there's a dark hunter named Petrichor that is a lady that I haven't seen yet. There's Mint for Tamanos. Claude was there for Throne, and he killed him. And then I guess the Scrivener girl would be the one for Particio. And the Eagle of Ku would be the one for Kari.
I'm just getting warmed up.
So would be the one for
I got more
Cassie.
Let's do it.
He's dead.
Catapult, go, go, go.
Thinking time.
Caldina was also for Temenos, but she's also dead now.
Magia Stigma. You're finished.
Thank you kindly.
I've seen worse methods.
And who Raime could also be for. I don't know if she's good or bad yet, though. I guess we'll find out.
Let the experiment begin.
Oh dear. Blaze on, oh sacred flame. That's how it's done. That's all.
Yeehaw! Don't underestimate me. Hot, ain't it?
My prey awaits. Huh? Here's how a Titan does it. I'm hungry.
I can't believe that my debut is happening so soon. Like, I actually cannot I wonder how the rest of
Ready to be prey?
Wonder if the danger level is
I'm just
visible
getting
from
warmed up.
the regular,
Don't underestimate me. I got
the regular map.
catapult. Go, go,
I bet
go.
I could guess which places are involved in this story because of that.
Maybe next time.
you're definitely not. Can I not go into the shop now?
Shall we?
And see you later.
Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Let's do it.
Jump
Catapult.
staff.
Go, go,
Oh,
go.
staff.
Where was I? Holy light, illuminate the darkness.
Let's go. Huh? Here's how a Titan does it. I'm hungry.
Out of my way.
Oh dear. Blaze on, oh sacred flame.
Stop cursing me.
Here goes. Gonna catapult. Go, go, go. Do it.
Right. Huh? And now.
Stupid. That was a big dirt.
I need a plan. And study harder.
Am I gonna do a viewer poll on the next Honkai Star Rail banner? That's a good question. What's the next banner gonna be? I missed it.
Pretty spooky in here. There's a lot less people around.
I remember Tectone. Tectone was doing a podcast with a Honkai Star Rail member. Honkai Star Rail member. Honkai Star Rail voice actor.
I feel like nothing ever happened up here, and I'm curious why, but it looks like it was an important space for something.
Who just came out of Honkai? Nobody. The next banner will be which one? Honkai Star Rail. Yeah. Okay. I like how we're on limit level 2 on Tifa and Cloud.
Oh yeah, so some of these places have jumped up in difficulty. They're probably the area that has the most danger. That seems new. I don't remember that being so expensive before, or sorry, so high damage, but
Is it working now? Is it working?
ooh, some of these did go up a lot. Okay, okay, I've got some ideas where stuff goes then.
Wait, chat, I forgot. Does this actually work? I think I tried to. Just in case, you know.
Ooh, the Tunes of the Word and Beast also have some stuff. Okay, okay.
No, why?
Wait, I really can't go here anymore?
I want to save there just in case. I want to go back in there and I want to go and do some other stuff. Because then you have to pay 3,000. Because once you leave,
Well, Flame Church has a level 51 too. Okay. I wonder if Frigid Isle has something to do with this. Nope,
even
does
though
not.
it's not
Okay.
that bad, but it's still kind of. I have to pay 3,000.
Duskroon Shrine is still level 45, so it probably actually doesn't have anything to do with stuff. Yes.
Whoa, 27
Oh.
down. No way. What? I'm stuck. Okay. I'm still streaming. Yeah, I'm still streaming.
Okay, so the places I have to go are back to Totohaha and to Flame Church, place I was just in. Crack Ridge, Felson Ruins, and to Wellows Manor. I don't remember it being level 50, but it could be wrong. But Ku definitely has a leveled up in danger too. So Ku, Totoha, Flame Church, place him in now. None of the Aura's Rush stuff is really different.
No, not you guys again. No, leave me alone.
We've been to a lot of these places already though, so you know, I should say that it doesn't look obvious, but there's a big purple glowing fucking fog over top of it too. That seems pretty obvious.
Am I a hardcore streamer?
Seems like 4 places have it. But no, that they didn't totally abandon giving me hints. I'm gonna go Ku, Totoha, or Flame Church first. The Eagle of Ku is probably down here. Petrichor is probably down here. And Mint is probably over here.
I stream longer than other people, but I'm not really like. I wouldn't say that's hardcore.
Then, yeah. Scrivener's Place.
Wait, I thought I could.
Well, I guess guess I'm on the same continent as Ku, so let's fucking go.
Dedicated endurance streamer. And now I can go do
Howdy there, friend.
Thinking time.
Silence is just so spooky.
free bed.
This is the answer.
A week.
Right. Here's how a hunter does it. There. All right.
Desert Ape King 2.
I'm hungry.
Let the experiment begin.
Here goes. Don't underestimate me. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go!
My prey awaits. Huh? Here's how a hunter does it. There. All right. Ow!
Now, why does it have to be like that far? Is there a closer?
Oh, I forgot about this guy. The guy that I'm supposed to beat up a bunch of times.
Time for some questioning.
Charlie, like critical?
Very well. That all. Where was I? Yeah.
Swords, okay.
So sorry. That all. Very well. Repent. Now die.
A young man honing his body to achieve greatness. He is incredibly quick studying and grows stronger the more he trains. Yeah, fuck, I'm loving too.
I'll take.
You should
I
be how
like
strong
my
I am.
odds.
Oh shit. Dagger. Damn it. Okay.
Poor aim. I need a plan. Rise, fierce blizzard. Your fate. I've seen worse methods. Oh, worth.
Not take more healing grapes. Okay. You know what I can do now? I can just switch Hikari right in. Have him come in and kick the shit out of this guy. Oh, he can't, because it's fucking nighttime. I can't get back in. You put the shield. You level up. Oh, actually, you know what? Put the shield out. Asti in. Why did I switch them? They didn't need to be switched yet. Them to level up more. I haven't seen any Octopaths and Kate Siths yet.
Howdy there, friend.
That was night. I don't remember seeing that. Spooky.
Let's go.
Here goes. Ah! Time to divvy up the earnings.
How do we... Can we help him? He's kind of there.
Oh, spooky time.
Out of my way.
Let's put the keys down.
Bring it on. Don't underestimate me. Catapult, go, go, go!
Oh, wait, what?
Very well. Blaze on.
Oh, the size finally at the Temple of the Ancients.
This won't do.
Right. Now let's grab some food.
Who is that?
Hey, the customer.
Let's go. Time.
I'm just getting warmed up. Don't underestimate me. Arrow of fortune. Hooey. All in a day's work.
Yeah, Oswald. Catching up slowly.
Let's have ourselves a showdown.
To work. Blaze on, oh sacred flame. That's how it's done.
Here goes.
Oh, my nose is getting clogged.
I got more grit than I can. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Arrow of fortune.
Right. Oh my god. Here's how a hunch does it.
Gotta check
Now
your
let's grab
SP is
some
so
food.
low. What the fuck?
Let's have ourselves a showdown.
Very well. Blaze on, oh sacred flame. That's that.
I'm just getting warmed up. Don't underestimate me. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Arrow of fortune.
I need a plan. And done.
Right. Now let's grab some food.
My wine's sealed.
Fucking
Ready to
blind.
be prey?
I can't go in there even if I want.
I don't remember how to get into the temple.
Yeehaw! I got more grit than I can handle. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go. Hooey!
Here we go. Huh? Here's how a hunch does it. All right. Whew, I'm hungry. The hunt is on.
Here goes.
Rocket punch. Sounds like it's for...
Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go.
Where was I? Blaze on, oh sacred flame.
My prey awaits. Here's how a hunch does it. There.
I need a plan.
Bravo! Goodness, what a tantrum that was.
I was blind. I'm so stupid.
Ready to be prey?
I can't even see that one in the back.
I'm just
there.
getting
Goddamn.
warmed up. Don't underestimate me. Catapult, go, go, go! All in a day's work. Hey, a customer.
My prey awaits. Here's how a punch does it.
Yeehaw! I got more grit than I can. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go! Do it!
That one chest.
Maybe next time.
Do be gentle.
Right.
I'm just getting warm. Don't underestimate me. Catapult, go, go, go!
Very well. Holy light, illuminate the darkness. May the sacred flame guide you, or something like that.
Howdy there, friend. Bring it
Why
on.
this place in
I
pitch
got more
black is
grit than I can handle.
hilarious. Actually, quite hard to see. And I'm
Catapult,
going by
go,
memory
go,
for the
go.
most part.
Right. Times.
I feel like these are getting slightly tougher. They're not dying.
Where was I? Blaze on, O sacred flame.
I need a plan.
I'm shocked that didn't actually.
Magia Stigma. You're finished. I've gained valuable insight. Out of my way.
Here we go.
Try again.
I'm just getting warmed up. I got more grit than I can handle. Catapult, go, go, go! All in a day's work.
Statue of Sealtige, Lady of Grace. There are words carved into the base. O inheritors of our will. Let the mirrors shine and kindle a fire in your heart. Chase away the darkness. Statue of Bran, the Thunderblade. There are words carved into the base. Statue of our will. Oh, I see. Even the gods paired up with the same ones together. Interesting.
I don't like it, then I might just
Let the experiment begin.
Yeehaw! Don't underestimate. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go! Do it! Maybe next time.
Shall we?
It's so hard.
Here we go.
I'm just getting warmed up. I got more grit than I can. Arrow of fortune. Gotcha.
Alright, that was rough.
All in a day's work.
Oh, no problem. Hurry this way.
Hunt or be hunted.
Thinking time. Magia Stigma.
I am in your debt.
My prey awaits. Huh? Here's how a kite does it. There. All right.
Here. Time to divvy up the earnings.
Yeah.
What is it? Danger? An evil consciousness? Show? You're going to show me?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wait, what's showing? Oh?
Thought the guy would be in here, but it doesn't seem like there's anything in here.
I'm just getting warmed up.
This?
Don't underestimate me. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go!
Yeah. Hey, Elena, how about dinner after?
Where was I? Blaze on, O sacred flame.
My prey.
I need a plan. Magia Stigma. A week. I've gained valuable insight.
Yeah.
You opened the door. Well done. Like, what is it? A lost treasure house beyond. The wisdom of
Ready to be prey?
Here goes. Don't underestimate me. Catapult,
Oh,
go,
fuck.
go, go!
Didn't bump it up.
Here we go.
all the spirit and
Time.
You can jump up. Hello, Cleo. Hey, sweetie. Want your daily cuddles? I got
Very
you.
well.
you, Pong, you can do that. The way lies here. Only death awaits you all, but do not fear. For it is through death that a new spirit energy is born.
Holy light, illuminate the darkness.
Now then. Magia Stigma. A week.
Asphalt.
Study harder.
Where's the room with the pictures on the walls? Almost there. Everyone is here, right? No matter what,
Do be gentle.
I'm taking him out. We're here too, you know. Okay, but first,
Here we go.
I'm going to.
Time. Stop.
Oh shit, I can save.
Magia Stigma. You're finished.
Mr. Oswald, thank you kindly. Yeehaw!
Is he gonna be here the whole time?
Okay, yo. Sweet kitty cat. Yeah. You give me good cuddles. I love your face, Cleo. I love it. You're so cute.
Okay. Seen a bit. What the fuck?
I got more grit than I can handle. Ah! Time to divvy up the earnings.
Holy shit.
Wow. So happy. I love you. I love you, Cleo. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Before I get even like stuffier nose, I'm gonna try to finish this quickly. I don't feel like there's anybody in here.
Get off.
Maybe there's something in food that I know. Oh, I have suspicions of who he is.
What happened now?
I wonder why they got rid of the bell. I don't know if that's related in any way at all, but if after the war it disappeared, and that's weird of it. And that was the Darkblade sword. I remember them saying that.
You're generous, kind donation.
Dark Blood sword, I should say. Dark Blood bow is the one that Tamino saw the family steal. Dark Blood staff is now with the probably Mint.
No. Oh my god, it makes sense now. Wait, what? Is it because the thing was there? The atmosphere. Sure. Oh, the second hand.
Ugh.
I thought the second hand wasn't gonna do anything.
I have Isuna.
did he die?
I'm gonna take a quick smoke break and then I will continue with the game here. Now, time is it? 4:55. Fuck. I feel like there's something missing with what I'm doing here, and I'm just gonna clear my head and think about it really quick, and I'll see what I can do. Let me just put my party a little more visible. Spooky purple goo all over the world. And I didn't clear it over here either. That's interesting. Not here now already.
Oh, definitely for sure it's gonna die. So wait, so when this shows, does that mean it's actually just gonna die? Like, it actually dies? Like it's gone? Even if, and I can't do that to the boss. Or does it work on the boss? For a boss, it will always be scared. He's dead yet, bro? Do we still have big guards? Nice. It's dead, it's dead, it's dead! Nice. Pulse of life? Yo, wait. Fully restores all allies. It's so nice. Oh my god, wait, that's Pog. Bro, I've been using Aerith so much. Jesus! Bro, I'm almost at her level 4. Jeez. Nail bat. That sounds like something. Who would use a nail bat? Yuffie? Cloud? No way. Nothing! Nothing! But it's 70 attack. Her level 4 is missable? Who? Aerith? I don't know. No. Probably didn't.
Okay. Get off me, cat fuzz. Maybe I need the gods that the specific temples are referring to. Pull in. Yeah.
I wanted to go up here, but I was scared the last time. Well, not here. Where was it actually? Wait, how did I get to? I have to think about this.
I gotta run all the way back over there now. Damn it. Why did I leave? I could have just changed party members there.
I don't want to. What happens if we all get turned into frogs? Oh, see, I thought this was a wall. I was very confused.
If I did get there with fucking Oswald and Particio, the other one, that probably means I could have done something and I fucked it up.
I'll do what I must.
Gonna flee then.
Prepare yourself.
I'm sorry.
Getting there quicker.
Those are the spirit bodies of the ancients, living away from their planet for a long time to help protect.
Ready to be prey?
Years they've lost the ability to talk. Actually, it didn't even
Now
work
then.
from the beginning because there was only one objective from those left in the temple. Who's talking? No good. I don't understand.
Out of my way.
Sephiroth is in the temple or something else.
Prepare yourself.
Maybe if I don't run, I'll run into less battles. So I can just... It'd take a little longer to walk there, but...
Definitely. Wait. Can
May I have this dance?
or does a maiden's kiss have to cure frogs?
My turn.
May I have this
Nose.
dance? Now then.
From these guys. It's already made it my way to the inside of the fucking temple, and then I left. I'm going with the two gods that match. Because they glowed at the other temple when I got there.
My prey awaits.
I probably could have done something there and I fucked it up. Well, because I know the mirror they talked about was the one that Alpatis had, or we found the other half of, or the other part of.
Now
but
it begins.
I thought it wasn't complete yet. I thought there was going to be more finding the other pieces of the mirror. Maybe I can use the mirror as is.
I'll do what I must.
But I figured it would have just auto
Prepare
rather
yourself.
than asking me to have like any pop-up saying, "Hey, you can do this with the mirror," or "Do you want to use the mirror?"
Hunt or be hunted.
My turn.
I actually thought that the lutist lady, the one that played the music, was actually the sister of Orboro, even though we don't know who Orboro is yet.
Stand aside or fight. Here I come.
The hunt is on!
Now it begins.
Oh, they are glowing now that I brought them in here. Things. Oh, okay. So there is something here. Really clearly directing me to it. Got it.
It was hope that drove me. Drove me to live, to survive. Drove me away from death's clutches. To guide others along the same path. But hope was a mistake. There is nothing worth living for. Nothing in this cruel, unsightly world. There is no dawn worth waiting for.
Oh, it is him.
What would you give to see the morrow, Lord Ageha?
Kazan. Why did you betray us? You lifted up Lord Mugen to the throne, then you tore him down from it.
An eagle must hide his talons.
I was wondering what happened to Ageha because I didn't get to kill him myself.
Way to catch my true quarry. The Dark Blood Blade.
Sword.
The sacred treasure of Clan Ku. Not an easy thing to steal. Not so long as Mugen stood in my way. So I cut him down with Hikari's sword.
You? What are you?
For years I have hidden my intentions from Ku. My very name. But now you shall know it. Oboro. All I did to prevent the tide of darkness that waits on the morrow from reaching us. Within this blade slumbers the power of the shadow. The power to quench the flames. However, such a feat cannot be accomplished without a sacrifice. Cursed blood of Darkest. If not for its taint, we may have seen a desert stain of crimson. And I end this. Hikari. Goodbye, old friend. This world's end calls to me. Soon, you shall have the world you envisioned. A world without bloodshed. For oblivion shall bring peace.
The first sacred flame burns in you.
We're waiting for the
Zan.
Oh, what the?
Its rebellion, the raising of the city, even my ascent to the throne. They were all just more of your plots. Were we playing all into your hands? Many of my friends died because of you. Sorry.
No good, we have to catch
Ever since I was a child, I spoke with him about the future I envisioned, a future without bloodshed. Are our ideals so different? Why did he do this? He aims to bring an end to the world. We have to stop him. Together. We will. We'll lead everyone towards the dawn. Okay. Ooh, cool. I guess I wonder if the other temples there really is only a couple
Wait, so
specific
can I come back?
temples that look like that.
Or is the doors he enters and exits to figure out the pattern catching at an exit? Jump.
I assume there has to be 8 flames, but maybe it's just the 2 together. Let's get Particio back in the party. Redo this shit, but I'll just run through here.
Ready to be prey?
Here I come.
That should go on Aerith. She's the most important. She has the life.
Hunt or be hunted?
My turn.
You have food, but you don't want more food. Not feeding you more till the morning. It's already pretty morning, but you know, more morning.
The hunt is on. Let's go.
Okay. Ribbon kind of reminds me of the Lawless Ribbon from Final Fantasy IX.
Let the experiment begin.
Here goes.
Stand aside or fight.
Why did you wish me good luck?
I'm just getting warmed up.
Good luck.
Let the experiment begin.
Prepare yourself.
Howdy there, friend. Here goes. Hey, the customer. Yeehaw!
There she is. Little punk.
Now, what have we got here?
Ori, right.
A sacred flame? Here of all places? Have I stumbled upon a scoop once again? Why, I believe I have. I'm glad that's done. There's no need to keep up this cloying facade. To wear the mask of a chipper, unflappable scrivener. No. Now I bring an end to this dark, wretched world. To liberate its people from their pain, their suffering, and their hatred. Just like I swore to you, brother. Together, we will usher in the night. I kept a close eye on the travelers, all while my allies and I worked behind the scenes. Until at last, I found the book I sought. The Dark Blood Grimoire. With it, I will smother the sacred flames, that they will never again light the way for the dawn. I offer this gift of blood. May the flames turn cold and dark.
Oh shit. I didn't expect her to off herself.
Mortals. Gods. Who was it that drew the line between them? The blessed? The accursed? Us? Them? Barticio. Would that we had never met. I'm sorry, brother.
Second sacred flame burns anew. I feel a little bad for her, but at the same time, fuck her. Story. Hair from an apothecary in town. Woman was found collapsing in the sacred flame and brought there for treatment. She had brown hair and wore a cap, much like a scrivener. After she regained consciousness, she simply vanished. That's Ori. It's gotta be. Oh, she didn't die then. What saved her? Appears her wounds fell just short of being fatal. Must have changed her mind just in the nick of time. She saw the worth in walking towards the dawn. Well, I can hazard a guess as to why she hesitated. Maybe it was thoughts of you that saved her life. That'd be ridiculous. Look at anything to do with that. Well, no matter, as long as she's alive, all's well. But just where did she wander off to? Here, I'm lucky that you're around. Cheer me up, eh? Journey isn't over. We did do well not to waste time in idle conversation. But if you must talk, then perhaps a different topic of conversation would suffice. Thank you kindly. Well, I wanted to kill her myself, so maybe I'll get to her. Let's go to Chotahaha then. I'll do the mint one last. Who the fuck is Petrichor? The village is pretty empty looking.
Man, my destructive's almost there though.
She's just sleeping on her feet? What the hell's going on?
I do need to level up my choco mog. My chocolate mog. And my ice. Yeah, so maybe not now. Unless I put them on the back line and then I put everything else on the front line. I don't know if I have a... I think I could do that.
Like nobody to talk to here. It's weird.
Chocolate mug.
What's up, Cleo?
Okay, so...
Still Dawn. Guarding matters. Human sneak.
I'm gonna fight maybe a little bit more.
I need a shit.
Destruct
And
to dispel.
Asti.
What is dispel?
Let's solve up Petitio.
Is that for protect? Removes buffs. Oh, like haste and slow and stuff. And then what's debarrier?
What do you want, Cleo? Spooky times.
Stand aside or fight.
Ah, fuck it, I'm not even gonna
Prepare
fight these things.
yourself.
I wasted so much time fighting them in both the other areas.
The hunt is on.
Record tortured
Well,
by
now.
other animal though. Hope it's not Master Juva. Well, he's like the only one I can think of that would be privy to all this.
Right now.
Are you my next patient?
Here we go.
What's she doing, Cleo? Going crazy?
Wait, did I go to the right one?
Are you my next patient? Well now.
Cross paths make a lot more sense if those gods are paired up. Almost fated for them to be together.
Ready to be prey? Let's go.
I'm real curious to see who the Dark Hunter is. Oh, yeah, let's get in a fight.
Battle of wits.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Ew.
Open your eyes.
Prepare yourself.
Grotesque monster and twisted spawn. Okay.
How's this?
Here we go. Here's how a hunt does it. Sorry. Got it.
Axe and
What
bow,
to do?
eh?
What to do? Axe attack.
Axe and bow makes sense for the two of them that should be here.
Magia Stigma. Very effective.
Oswald.
Don't tell me that's like the leftovers of my bird that I didn't take.
My turn. Allow me. Now! Time to strike.
Let's go.
Cleo.
Hunter's bow.
Pretty good.
Here I go. Axe attack.
Now then. Magia Stigma.
Now it begins. I'll keep my friends safe. I'll end this.
You're
Here
looking now. 25,000 damage. Sweet. Get the BP back?
My
You
prey
did not.
awaits.
Okay, then Cassie will have, or Oswald will buff him up.
Wahoo! Ready, set, go! Alright. Thanks.
opulent olive.
Here I go. I extend a helping hand.
Nope.
These hands.
These hands. Just because it happened.
With these hands.
I love it.
Poison slash.
I need a plan.
Let me show you what I've learned. Calculations complete. This is the answer.
Like 60, 70,000 thing of this thing now. It's for real, boss.
Prepare yourself. I fight for my friends.
Chichimondagiri.
Shinju Monjigiri. Good.
35,000, so like 100,000.
I still have much to learn.
Easy peasy. Black bow. What was the first flame, huh? Whoa! Came to life inside me. It was comforting and warm. Then I decided I wanted to protect the island. I always felt you had a heart warmer than most. I think I'm ready to take on something even bigger. I'm ready to protect the whole world. That's what hunters should do, after all. I feel the same way as you. And up extending hand to help everyone in need during this endless night. Then you're an apothecary everyone can count on. Let's do it together. Let's keep everyone safe. Gladly, Oshet. I'm honored to have you by my side. Thank you, Ma. We statue. It's not bad. It's worse than my current stuff, but Scarlet Moon waxes and the first flame wanes. No voice for this one, eh? Alas, our great wish shall be fulfilled.
This world is not but hunters and their prey. Just as Cataracta fell to my bow, just as Glacius's egg shattered before my might. The Dark Hunter sets forth once again, and my aim will not falter.
Is this Kohaze?
Under the gaze of the Scarlet Moon, I shall fulfill the Great Wish.
That would make sense, but that means I'm actually kind of shocked she's played both sides of it well.
With joy, for your time has come at last. 10 years ago, I scooped you up, let you live. It was all for this moment. The darkness in our hearts is fed by anger, hatred, resentment, and jealousy. Our basest instincts. As that darkness grows deeper, so too does the shadow grow powerful. Few can stand against a beast whose heart has been drowned in darkness. A beast such as you. Long have I waited for the darkness within you to become black as night, so that maddening flame could be smothered forevermore. With my lifeblood, I shall call down the night. Now then. Make of my flesh an offering, and banish all that stands to oppose us. Give meaning to your miserable life.
Never gonna learn who Petrichor is, I guess. Dark Blood Bow was with her. I never even noticed the flame there at all.
Arcanet.
Third sacred flame burns anew. Sting. What? Might as well prep for Temenos and Alright. I don't know why I'm even equipping these if I'm just going through the motion of the story here, but get the chance to run into them, I want to run into them. Oh, it's a dangerous area now. Hi, man. Have a good night, Billy. I'll be heading to bed shortly as well. Ooh, the whole village area here is all
It's
fucked
quiet.
up.
Too quiet.
But this smell, it's the scent of humans. They're frightened, hiding.
Someone's coming.
Should I go?
Thanks for chatting. As always, it's always fun to have you around. Mint, you're a traitor, I know it.
Mint.
Is that you, Temenos? Out for a stroll in a place like this? You always did have the habit of sticking your nose in places it doesn't belong.
Kill you.
A friend of yours, Temenos?
In a manner of speaking, but something's odd.
So 6 and 12.
You failed to see what was in front of you.
I'm kind of hairy right now.
The shadow is ever by thy side.
Just what are you? This is an inquisition. Refuse to answer and...
Attempting to conquer others with threats of violence will always fail. Those who are subdued by strength cannot help but rebel. To conquer them, truly conquer them, you must subjugate their hearts and minds. Hearken to the shadows in their hearts.
What are you talking about?
People are desperate for a place to belong. Give it to them, and they cannot bear to live anywhere else. And then, their hearts and minds are yours.
Their hearts and minds?
Humans are foolish by their very nature. Centuries pass, and yet they remain the same.
Okay, now we go here.
Bold words for someone so young.
Surrender yourself not unto silent dusk, for the light shall fade, and soon night shall fall.
The teachings of the Moonshade Order. No, it can't be.
Since you are so dogged in your search for the truth, allow me to help you. My true name is Arcanet.
Now what?
Okay.
And I am the leader of the Moonshade Order. The same order that slaughtered the Call. All so that I could steal the flame.
That's impossible. The massacre of the Call was decades ago, and the Moonshade Order's origins are older still.
It's not impossible. There are old souls out there that hide behind youthful faces.
Thanks to Caldina's efforts, the Book of Night is now in my possession. That girl was so eager to be a puppet. She didn't realize the strings were held by her sworn enemy.
The Pontiff knew who you were. He was going to tell me, but his life was cut short.
I had hoped you would be more stricken. How dull. Such has ever been your nature. Your face always a placid mask.
Got like a smirk
But I
on.
suppose it matters not. This world's end draws nigh.
Dark blood staff.
That staff.
Once, long ago, night was invited into the world. But a loathsome few drove it away. Those events will not repeat themselves again.
You stole the futures of untold innocence.
Did I? Then you should thank me. This world is cruel, monstrous, with not a single mote of joy to be found amongst the misery. Don't you see?
Do I have to do this first?
Roy, Pontiff Jorg. Yes, and even Crick. They knew. They knew the beauty of a dawn that would never come.
Quiet. I won't allow you to sully their names with such
I
blasphemy.
don't want to progress through the story. Oh, this is the only way to progress? Oh,
You will answer for your sins, Arcanet,
I don't understand what you're saying.
and I'll ensure the world they hoped for comes to pass.
Look well.
At last,
I wish I'd seen another
Temenos'
joke.
mask falls
I am
off.
becoming one with the planet.
I shall render my judgment.
Oh, she looks fucking cool.
Here we go! Here's how a punch does it! Sorry, got it!
My turn.
Afraid of the dark.
It makes sense that she's probably actually weak to the light, but
I need a plan.
I figured I should try it anyways.
Magia Stigma.
Nope. Fire, because she's a gardener.
Very well.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. She making fun of him? That's funny.
What to do?
Darkness descend.
Over here!
Hour up of the night.
Here we go! Here's how a punch does it!
I need a plan.
Reduce them to ash.
Somehow according to plan.
Here we go! Wahoo! I'm starving! Ready, set, go! Thanks.
Ready?
As swift as a snake. Sorry, but I will hope to eat this.
What
He
to
missed
do?
one? What the fuck?
There.
Wow. Shocked she misses so
Oh
often.
dear.
Bandalab the Reaper. Let's see what you got, buddy.
Come, little lamb.
Dive!
Woo! That was pretty good.
Thinking time.
Calculations complete. Indulge me.
Oh my god, that does pretty good damage when it's buffed up.
Bravo, Oswald. I won't back down. Aber, show no mercy.
Dive!
Oh, he followed it up. Oh, because he still
Ready?
summons for a while. Nice. That's good stuff.
Now go.
Let's go! Wahoo! I'm starving!
What's the best one here? Let's do Akala. Juggle. Wait.
Ready, set, go!
I owe you.
In pursuit of knowledge. Calculations complete.
You bucked up.
This is the answer.
Oh dear.
Cleaning time.
Sorry, but I won't hold back. Aver, Prince of Thieves.
Who's next?
Get fucked. Oh, she didn't have a second form or anything, huh?
Magia Stigma. Very effective.
I figured she would have been a little bit more intense.
Here we go. I'm starving! Wahoo!
To work.
Bird's shockingly tough. You know what? I got that. Let's just.
How's that?
But never mind. He did it himself.
Goodness, what a tantrum that was.
Refreshing jam. Hell yeah.
Did you go to door 11? What do you want me to
And
do
so
at
we
door 11?
arrive at this moment.
Isn't it just like
Are
a
you
blocked
truly
off
so
room? I've been
desperate to
every
see the
single door.
dawn? I
Yes.
see now that the Pontiff was not the true threat.
Why do you want me to go
It
to
was
dead
you.
end?
Temenos. You, a dagger sharpened to a razor's edge. Claude's masterwork.
Is there something hidden at door 11?
I can see it. A collar around that thin neck of yours.
A collar?
You will never be free. Even if I fall here, nothing will end. And there, always near. Soon, night shall fall.
Why do you want me to go to door 11? You can't just ask me. Did I go to
Farewell,
door 11 and
Mint.
not say why I didn't go to door 11?
Your days of meddling
Aw.
are over.
Soon night shall fall.
You're making my OCD fucked up. I did go to door 11.
Ew, she turned into dust.
Oh my god, chat.
From the looks of it, it already has.
Oh my god, Saishi, shut up.
If this isn't night, then...
Important to remember that these games had a helpline. They legit made things impossible to figure out so you would call them They had a helpline?
The inn guys and the storekeeps are keeping stuff real, but everybody else is gone for the moment. Pretty funny.
Couldn't you just have like a game guard or something? Or friends, you know, friends? Make some friends. Make some friends that will play with you. I don't know.
Looks darker. At least this is a very short path.
Yeah, you can have a physical guide. You don't need I'm not talking about an online guide. Internet was dog shit back then. I'm talking about a physical guide.
Anzi's journal. Did you write this? Odner asked. I mean, he ripped the book out of his grasp and he shrank back a little, surprised at my strength. I couldn't believe that he of all people had gotten his hands on my hidden script. Odner had been acting from a young age and was already doing quite well for himself too. I too had longed for the stage since I was a child, but ended up working at my parents' candle shop instead. Even so, I hadn't been able to give up on writing, and it became my secret pastime. I hadn't shown my scripts to anyone, though, afraid that their response would confirm how talentless I was. I screwed up my eyes in embarrassment, preparing myself for this ridicule in my silly script. But, do you mind if I perform this? He asked. I let out a strange gasp, completely caught off guard. It'd be a shame not to. Why don't we show it to the next Festival of Grace? Though taken back by the proposal, I was overjoyed to note someone appreciated my writing. I nodded in agreement and decided to make it a performance to remember. Despite it being Ordner's idea, I realized I was even more excited than he was. I even began composing musical scores for the show. I love you, Mary. Those words caused my heart to race and my hands on the harp to stop. What's wrong? Odner asked as he peered into my face with concern. I realized that he no longer looked like that brat who had tormented me with insects in our youth. Still, I knew those words he spoke were not his own, after I had been the one to write them after all. Half a month before the Festival of Grace, his performance was all but perfect. I couldn't help but wonder when he found the time to practice after his normal work was through. I, on the other hand, was struggling to think of a fitting end to the script and worked late into the night. Unable to ignore my struggles, Odner pulled me away from my desk and whisked me away into the town late at night. The gods are all ours now, he told me as we snuck into an empty church. Not long after, I was struck by inspiration, perhaps by the grace of the sacred flame. Odner watched quietly as word upon word flowed from the tip of my pen. By the time I was finished, dawn was breaking. As Odner read my script, his face was more serious than ever, and my heart pounded in my chest, though not out of nervousness. Once he finished, he smiled softly. Will you marry me? He asked, and I let out another strange gasp. Had I written that line? No. This time, those words were Odner's own. His proposals always had a way of bringing me unrivaled joy. My heart warmed at the sight of his smile and the thought of performing the script we had written together. How I wished that happiness would last us a lifetime. At last, I watched as the clerics carried his casket, and sobs filled the air around me. I laid him to rest with our script and his beloved yellow flowers. No, I thought to myself, this wasn't the ending I had envisioned. The day after I finishing the script, I woke up to find my love cold beside me. According to the apothecary, Odin's heart had failed him. I wondered if work was to blame. Why hadn't I noticed? I killed him. I pushed him too hard. It was all my fault. All my fault. Unable to bear the guilt, I pushed his death from my mind and carried on as usual. Whenever I remembered my beloved, I clenched my jaw so hard that thought my teeth would break. One day I found myself in front of a church, the same place Odin and I swore our love to each other, and a single cleric came to speak with me. Sadness is something that builds up inside us all. Holding it all in will do nothing but destroy you, she told me. Please let it out. You don't need to endure it any longer. Moved by her warmth, I spoke of everything that had buried deep inside me. She listened to every word, and at the end embraced me gently. All of my guilt and sadness were washed away by her kindness. Then one day my feelings for Odin disappeared, and all that was left was her. One day I saw her with another woman and feared she would leave me. Knowing I had secured my place in her world, I told her that I would do whatever she asked of me. She smiled gently in response and said, I want you to find the blue flames wherever they may be in this world. I left on my journey soon thereafter. My parents cried and tried to stop me, but I pushed them away. Fortunately, I barely knew the area outside of my home, and let alone the whole world. Not long after, I met with a traveling troupe they claimed to be bringing smiles to every corner of the realm, so I joined them and the search began. Oh, she was one of the troop members with the girls. Okay. So I found the blue flame she was looking for. It was on an isle at the edge of the world. I can only imagine how pleased she would be. I was sure she would let me stay at her side. Oh, how I adore Sister Mint. I love you, Tansy, she said, her warm voice and words reverberated in my head. She then handed me an old tome called The Book of the Night and recommended I read it, so I did, right then and there. It was a story of people who did not long to see the dawn. I'd never read such an incredible tale before. As I looked up from its pages, she smiled at me. I realized there was no greater happiness to be had than reading a wonderful book and seeing Sister Mint's smile. In my mind, the brighter dawn no brighter dawn awaited. Yes, I have no need for the dawn. It can all end here and now.
Ah. Wake up, Tansy. Night has come. Wake up, Tansy. Night has come. Sister Mint? Oh, I fell asleep without realizing it. Do not worry. You must have been quite tired. You traveled far to see my wish granted.
Sister Mint, I mean, Goddess. I would do anything if it brought me closer to you.
Your devotion is moving. You have gone far beyond my every expectation. And must be rewarded.
Rewarded?
I love you, Tansy.
Huh? It's so dark. Where am I? What? My body?
Just sacrificed her? Jesus.
Pathetic child, oblivious until the very end.
Oh, that's sad.
But this is what you wanted, is it not? It's not as if you desired to see the dawn.
What happened to her
The
head
sacred
thing?
flames have been snuffed out. Surrender yourself not unto silent dusk, for the light shall fade. And soon the world shall know the joy of a dawn that never comes. All who stand in my way shall be cast aside. I shall root out the travelers and bury that wretched mirror beneath the earth, that it may never enkindle the flames again.
Oh, people came back. Headed southwest direction. Okay.
1,400 left.
I'll take
Give me a
that.
pocket watch, bro.
I like my odds. Thinking time. Magia Stigma. You're finished. I've gained
Kill
valuable
this
insight.
random child.
A worthwhile.
We did it! Let's go, we did it!
Oh.
Let's go, dragon armlet.
Oh, center of the ocean, eh? Oh, that's spooky.
Woohoo! I think I'm a little over leveled or something. Or I don't know, maybe it's because I have so many OP materia. Any sign of Sephiroth? He disappeared.
Delsta.
I need him. I need him somewhere.
Who do I want to go to possibly final battle with?
Who do I put him on? On Tifa?
Back to removing this stuff. don't get rid of these just yet. It could be like a dungeon and not actually
I'm not sure whether to put time and then find it out.
Howdy there, friend.
rat.
My prey awaits. Huh? Here's how a kite does it. Oh, bitch! Now let's grab some food.
Go see what the deal is with this. Then I'll probably save this after. Oh, there was a big bunch of fucking yeah. Ah, that came out of the water. Can't tell if these are
Thinking
new or
time.
old. Sea angels.
Magia Stigma.
Yeehaw! Don't underestimate me. Yeehaw! Let's do it! Arrow of fortune. Gotcha.
Now it begins. My blade sings. I still have much to learn.
Udenya.
That's...
Do you know where we are, Temenos?
the battlefield of the gods. Vidania.
Vidania?
The Isle of Illusions. A legend passed down by the Order of the Sacred Flame. To think it actually exists.
Illusions, eh? So that means we've dropped plumb off the map.
The legend says it was sealed on the ocean floor by the power of the sacred flames.
The sacred flames.
Then why is it here? The flames are burning bright, aren't they?
Yes, but there was a moment before we reignited them that their light was snuffed out.
And that was enough to break the seal?
This is what they were after. Those who would deny the dawn.
To world's end. Is that where you are, Kazan? Is that where you plan to call down the night?
They said that the temple itself is the black.
Traveled to every location on the map.
This temple, this is the black material. Then no one could take it. It's pretty hard. You see this in model.
Oh.
Inside it is a device which gets smaller each time you solve the puzzle.
It's here.
As the model becomes
I
smaller,
smell a quarry unlike any other.
enough to fit in the palm of your hand. So as we solve the puzzles, the black material will get smaller and smaller, and we can take it out. Yes, but there's one thing. You can only answer the puzzle
So,
with the temple.
the flames
So
burn
anyone who
once
solves the puzzle
more.
will be crushed by the temple.
Alas,
See, the ancients didn't want
too
the
late.
magic to be taken out.
The night fast approaches,
Just sleep it, okay?
and now it shall have the blood it was promised.
Arigato. Thank you so much.
For we are the night.
Thank you. No, we gotta think of a way to get it out.
The Sephiroth has lots of letting the hens that throws their life so they can get the black material. Thank you.
set my job skills to proper ones because I don't think there's going to be that many battles here. This looks like advancing to a final battle. Okay, instead of vigorous, Victor. Ooh, that's a good song.
Doubtless, your journey was a trying one. You deserve the rest ahead of you. You came here seeking the dawn, yes? I must ask, why? The road you took here is soaked in the blood of those who opposed you. Was it worth it? I suppose it matters not. There is no evil in this world, no good. There is only that which we believe in. Can you tell me, without a shade of a doubt, that the dawn is worth all you have endured.
It is. No question about it. Hmm?
Yeah, Shet's the main character.
What's wrong? You look like someone just ate your lunch.
Your journey will soon reach its end. And then, where will you go?
I don't know why I went back in here, but
No matter how far you travel, you will never escape. Because no matter where you go, there you will be.
oh, it really does not let me go back.
Humankind is cursed to live in darkness. Everywhere they squabble over some matter or the other, forever.
Really, like, nowhere.
This world is cruel, unsightly.
Let me go to the bathroom.
So, it must end.
No, I did not miss knowledge. I'll be right back.
Tonight, let us share a drink.
I kind of figured he was gonna drop into the flame.
Now I am become chaos. Devourer of all life in this world. Even you, foolish mortals. All shall be mine.
I found my hope, my dream. I'll keep everyone safe. That's what a hunter does.
Travelers.
Oh.
Where are you? Nothing exists here. The emptiness is staggering. There is naught but darkness. Soothing darkness. Comforting darkness.
Thing? Weak to staff, eh? You're weak to sword. Oh yeah.
Yeehaw!
My turn.
Tentacles weak to staffs. Restores spears.
How's
Oh.
this? You've been exposed. Now!
Thinking time. Magia Stigma. Very effective.
Mr. Oswald, thank you kindly.
Right. Here's how a hunter does it. Here we go. Here's how a hunter does it. Sorry.
Axe, sword, staff.
Here goes. Catapult, go, go, go!
Now then. Magia Stigma.
Now it begins. Allow me.
Nice. Good timing. pretty strong.
Yeehaw! Let's do it! Let's get to work.
My prey awaits. Wahoo! Ready, set, go! Ooh-wee.
Now then, let me show you what I... Calculations complete. This is the answer.
Prepare yourself. I won't be afraid. I fight for my friends. Hienka!
Woo-hoo-hoo! 60,000. Goddamn, bro.
My turn. Shinju Monjikiri!
Oh, I broke the ribs open. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's neato. I wasn't prepped for this though. Oh shit.
What to do, what to do.
I really was not prepped for this. These guys have no equipment on them. Oh boy.
No mercy, only pain.
You know
I
what?
extend a helping hand.
Painful. Plus the light and dark. String.
Naughty deeds earn me bitter mercy.
Oh, was it like that close to death though? I don't know what attack did it. That's really funny. I mean, I did do like 200,000 damage with the first crew. Oh, did we get to do it as all 8? That's awesome. I didn't prep any of the other teammates though. I feel fucking bad with that. Ooh, oh cool. Are they paired up? They're paired up.
There's always hope.
Cool. Is there anything I want to do with her, or do I want to do with Kari?
This is what it means to be a star! Time for some fun!
That's cool.
Even the dawn will be mine.
Elena. This is the answer.
Song is fucking dope too. Ow.
I've never lost a fight. Don't underestimate me.
Let's hire some help.
That and that. Let's get to work.
Oh dear, the histories have come to life.
Battle at the Reaper join me,
Come,
bro.
little lamb.
Die!
Ready?
I'm pretty sure darkness
Darkness
is not
descend.
their weakness, but
Open book.
oh really? One of them was. Wow. Ow. Oof.
Temenos!
Here we go.
Kind of curious what he does. So I'm gonna summon him anyways. Oh, pretty good lightning attack. Okay.
Predictable.
Yeehaw!
The bowl.
I'll extend a helping hand to I extend a helping hand.
Okay, so if I do BP, rape, diffuse string. Yeah, that's
for your
amazing.
Thank you kindly, Casty.
Where was I?
Cool.
I need a plan.
Feel my wrath! This is the answer.
Nice regeneration.
Thinking time.
Thinking time.
Calculations complete. Impart your wisdom, Alapad.
My friends are
Now then.
Oh, her thing is not ready yet. Fuck.
my turn. I won't be afraid. Light will prevail.
Wicked right arm, wicked left arm. Let's go. The arm I don't have the thing on.
Hienka! Who's next?
36,000? Fuck yeah.
This wasn't in my
Oh, he's just a weaker version of the other guy.
Yeehaw!
Yes.
Take that and that and that.
Come on, forward assassins. Let's fuck them up.
Let's get to work.
Deny the dawn. Oh, that was damage to my stuff. Rude. One, two, three. Let's go to C. Glacius.
Ready, set, go!
Cover my bases for weaknesses.
Many thanks.
Get broke, fucker.
Here I come.
Go, Hikari.
I fight for my friends.
Can't use it. Yeah, maybe. Can't switch party? Oh, there's a little no switchy sign. That's funny. Okay, okay. Let's fuck with it. Yeah, it's with the sword. One more turn of no switchy.
In pursuit of... This is the final answer.
Can't use spells? No. Okay, fine. Stab me, bitch.
And done.
I can't switch till next turn at the very least. Hired help is. Oh no, I can't summon certain stuff. Why?
Let's get to work.
Take this! Come on!
Just threaten them repeatedly. Take this.
Prepare
Come on,
yourself.
get out of here. Fuck you.
I fight for my friends. I'm sorry.
Chet can do
Pray
it.
away. It's up to me.
One, two, three. I wasn't bringing these guys once too.
Ready, set, go!
Shark's so tiny compared to eBay. Opulent trio. Look at glint. Ooh, oh, it did 0. Fuck you, bitch. Reflect! Quad reflect. Suck it. Ow.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Cleaning time.
As swift as a snake. Heavy-footed, aren't you?
Twang.
My turn.
Fight a god if I must.
Cool.
Aber, Prince of Thieves.
I love their unique voice lines for this fight. It's great.
To work.
Prepare yourself. I fight for my friends. Shinju Monjikiri!
I need a plan.
You still got boosted magic? I think it ran out. Oh, she doesn't have her fucking thing yet.
For the future!
Oh, now she's got it.
My turn.
My prey awaits. It's up to me. I'm starving! Ready, set, go!
I owe you.
The Vocals. Oh no. Map of Luxury. There we go.
Let's go! It's up to me! Ready, set, go!
Affluent man retreated
Now
from
it
battle.
begins.
That's funny. Okay.
Time to shine! This is what it means to be a star! I can do whatever I set my mind to! Time for some fun!
To work. I won't back down.
Woohoo! Come up, Temenos.
Elfrid, purge these cretins.
Wow.
Die!
Wow, I forgot about fucking
Well now.
Belanos there.
There's hope for tomorrow.
Kill that bitch.
Drastic treatment is in order. It had to be done.
48,000! Yeah, go Casty. $6,000 XP, 2,500 JP. Yeah, and the whole party fought together. I love it.
Why? spurn its embrace.
It's just me and Barrett. No place.
Travelers,
What about Yuffie and Vincent?
the light has left. And yet, you protest. And yet, you stand defiant. For a dawn bereft of light.
I got everything. My materials are back with me.
Mark well, travelers. Do not forget. I am eternal.
Man, Barrett is so underleveled. What's this place? Oh hey. This is Gong Aga. This is Gong Aga village. Many people died
Master
here in the
Juva,
Malco reactor
I did it.
Hey, where is Master Juva? He was in the
Now
fucking
I'm
village.
dying for some breakfast.
I can't tell if she was up there talking because I chose her as the main character. But lies at the end of the final path to see the destination, or if because she's the one that actually awoke the flame when she fought her enemy. Dawn breaks.
Thank you.
Epilogue over there again. Tempted to go see it, 'cause I finished most everything else. If there's any new stuff around. Case. Go fucking do it. I'll make a separate save before I go trigger that.
My turn. How's this? Who's next?
Next.
I still have much to learn.
Howdy there, friend. Yeehaw!
Oh my god, I didn't realize how crazy the Lost Tribe weapons looked in like proper lighting.
Don't under. Time to divvy up the earnings.
Hunt or be hunted.
My turn.
Oh, the fucking thing's broken.
There's no
on
need for
again.
flattery.
The image
Rust my
over
soul.
their buffs there. Let's save third one here. The epilogue.
Out of my way.
I'm just getting warmed up. Don't under. Yeehaw! Let's do it. Catapult, go, go, go! Do it!
Yeah. Good.
Maybe next time.
It's always good to see a familiar sight.
Yes, even if it's for the last time.
This is it, isn't it? The end of our journey.
Hey now, who's saying that? There's still plenty of steps left in these legs.
Indeed. We each will continue on our own paths.
To travel is to live, or so they say.
Contacted us in 10 years. He became a soldier. He probably died, no?
Ochet?
I feel sad.
Aw.
I don't want to say goodbye.
What if that was
I too find myself reluctant to part ways with everyone. How odd.
It won't be the same without you. I'll miss our feasts.
As will I.
I don't want to forget this moment. This feeling. You won't, Ochet. We won't.
Our journey will live on forever. In here.
I just got lucky because then that means like.
Well said.
And also said if I said I work hard for it, then all the other people.
Right.
Sounds like they didn't want to. Does this have an
Until we meet again.
If it's anything Final Fantasy related,
There's something I want to say, but I'll keep it to myself for now. When we meet again, I'll tell you.
Right. Thanks for everything. Sorry. I'm terrible at these things.
I'm so glad I met everyone. I'll never forget our adventures together. Not even when I'm old and gray. You can count on it. Never, never, ever. But let's see each other before then.
Well, I'll be. Seems I've got something in my eyes. This ain't a farewell, you hear? I put no stock in them.
I think this is in the order I collected them too.
Happy trails.
It definitely feels like it's the order I collected
It
them
was
in.
an honor to journey by your side. come to Ku whenever you please, and you'll be welcomed with open arms. You have a friend for life.
May the roads ahead of you be filled with fortune and smiles. If you fall sick or become wounded, send a letter. I shall come with haste.
Everyone's gone. But I'm sure we'll meet again. Guess it's time to hunt something scrumptious.
Come now, Chet. Allow yourself some time to rest.
Yeah, I don't think this... Did I miss any major loot? Probably not.
Yeah, like I understand that that's the guy who had the dark blood now, but they don't exactly explain that. And there wasn't a flame there. I was right, unless it was behind the wall that was there, the mural. Yeah, good. Glad he died. Shit.
Also, when I ask who has a good limit break, you can't just list literally all of the fucking characters. Hello? Anyone like? At that point, then you're even more indecisive than I am. My limit break is haste.
I love this little the pixel animation they do with those sprites, the big ones. They look amazing.
What was the last major event in the story? Aerith.
That is. I wonder if those are the actual classes I use in the cutscenes too. That'd be really awesome. It looks like it, but I can't be sure. I used the warrior on a Shet for a long time when I was done with all of her classes. It does look great. yeah, that totally is correct. I remember some of their weird class combos I had for a while. And all the like lady bosses in this are banging. Really good looking sprites. You get the boxing bodyguard, the lady captain knight, and the lady guard knight. Lots of cool female bosses. Oh, I get my AC kicked in and I'm getting goose pimples all over my legs. They're cold.
Mind if I missed it? I already have tried. Wake up! Wake up now! Oh my god, I haven't seen that name. I haven't seen that name in a while. Holy moly macaroni. Hello, hi. How you doing? I need to put all my...
Fun, Mitch. Revive all. I don't know if debarrier all, destruct all is also good. I did it. Restore all, revive all. Very situational, but very I felt bad for her when she got turned into a monster like that. NT Punk Mitch. Push over.
Cashin area, yeah, we're going with Cashin. Because we lost our ace in our team.
Ballista.
Ice, baby.
Rockin', what's his face over there?
There are too many people. My head is spinning.
I think it's incredible! Like a living jungle! But I can smell the others! Let's go, Akala!
Just a victory lap.
It's good to see. Let us be on our way. It's time we celebrate her new journey.
This is cute. It's all the people they actually met and had names. Yeah, their friend got fucking killed, so...
Oh, you gotta finish him off with more. Oh fuck, I finished him off with more with 19 HP. So hard.
Probably in here. Oh, it's not her. It's... I thought you'd be in here dancing.
Wait, stop.
Oh, you got a name back. Ah, that's funny.
I hate crowds.
Oh, is he wearing, like, cleaner clothes? Yeah, he's not a little hobo anymore. Good. Yep, gif. A nice victory lap. I'm happy with it. Gotta collect the crew again. And the whores in the beds today. Two musicians. Nasty.
Thank goodness we were able to find each other. I'm looking forward to the performance.
This is basically Pokemon!
I was throwing A up on top of the roof.
You're late. Though I only just arrived myself. Let's go.
Now, if you go around telling me who the weapon is for,
Cool, you get the big group of them together. I love it.
I think it's okay to go like,
Gonna blink back tears.
there's something in this area, you should go over there and have a look. I think that's okay. Rather than like, oh my god, by the way, did you
Talk to all of the
materia in this reactor? And if you don't, then you know. I think that's a little too much of a thing. I think that's
Of course, you're
I've been waiting
show.
for you. No time for pleasantries. Let's mosey.
It's Mosey. Very cloud of you.
Nobody tells you why the weapon does. I know, you're right. Man, I'm so hungry. Do you have any watermelon?
I don't remember who Mao is.
Because, for example, me, unfortunately, people were like, by the way, there's a Titan materia here, and I was like, oh, okay, thanks. But they didn't tell me where it was, so I was like, okay.
Oh, I can see Dulcinea dancing up there.
Look for it, and then I'd be like, okay, and then I was happy. They didn't tell me exactly.
Ron's hiding out somewhere. That cute little cat again. I want to pet it. Oh, it's too cute. Oh, it's fucking Elrond. Temenos.
Well, now, here's a familiar face. Shall we be on our way?
Oh, he's happy now. Glad she's actually happy too. Food. Oh, she's got a new dress. Awesome. She's on a fucking horse. Alpione and Zeno. That's pretty funny.
I don't know if we're supposed to go
Gonna get his little
Hey
sister.
there, I'm Paula, Agni's little sister. I'm so glad you could make it. I'm about ready to explode from excitement.
We haven't been playing this game for a while. You have like some IRL stuff and
That's cute.
you're just like, where the fuck do I need to go now? Thank God they included that.
Life is a journey.
Walk, no map percentage, no exclamation mark. No, this sounds like an MMO.
The places you go, the deeds you do, the tales whose hero you become.
Combine that with when you were a kid and couldn't understand English. Yeah.
Every road
Pretty
is
much.
yours to take.
Absolutely crazy. I don't actually know where to go now. To be honest. Maybe we can't go to the Temple of Time because it's gone. So
I once went on a journey. I was one of 8.
what I just
My friends and I visited every corner of the realm.
back to the town and I can ask, I think.
The
They just
winding
told me
road
to
we
look at the
walked
reactor
was
for some
full of
reason.
surprises. And I know the memories we made will be
Eris
with me forever.
left the party to go.
Looking back on them now
She's
brings a
the
comforting warmth to my heart.
promised land to help stop Sephiroth. And then
Our lives are both a journey
in a bed.
and an adventure.
In a bed. Oh,
path ahead may be dangerous,
What's her name?
and you may even feel like giving up when the night is long and dark.
Yeah.
But remember, in those times, especially in those times, you don't need to walk alone. No path is too perilous so long as friends are at your side. Walk astride to the dawn.
That's cute.
Because that's where she disappeared off.
I hope that your journey and the dawn that awaits are filled with light. This song is for you.
You too.
Octopath Traveler.
That's the title.
I think people said the only other island that I could have gone to was Wu Tai.
Oh my god, fucking Oswald looks like a giant there. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah.
That's the condor bird.
Let me. What the fuck do I have? Well, I'm still gonna beat the super boss. Come back for that one. He's so cute when you grab my fingers. Very, very comforting for some reason. But I'll do that on the next run. I'll call it here. And then I'll probably have to spend a stream grinding to get everybody up to like level 80 or plus. And getting the extra shields. So I don't die to the last boss. Oh, look at you grab my fingers, it's so cute. Good girl, Cleo. Good. Grumpy because I woke you up. Hungry? Yeah. Good girl. Okay. But yeah. Stay safe, stay sane, stay healthy. Have a good night. I'll see you around later.